it is so bad if you've prepared meals and you don't have watu wa chakula, unaonanga ni kama kuna makosa mahali. So we have the university together with the KIPPRA. They have organized meals for at least 500 students. Sasa unajua wakipika na watu wasikule, tunafikiria ni kama chakula ilikuwa na shida ama nini. Anyway, this event is very important for students. Like I've been telling you, this is where we get opportunity to mentor students, and this will get an opportunity to interact with people in the corporate world. When I was at university, I never got such an opportunity, honestly. So it's actually important that mnachocha wenzenu pia wakuje. Yeah, okay. I want us to start, and I want we thank you, Lord, for enabling us to be here today again. Lord, yesterday when we started our program, you went ahead of us. You bless us. We had a successful first day of the event. Lord, today we are here again, gathering for the second day of the event. We pray that God, again, go ahead of us. Bless this day. Everything we're going to do today, Lord, let it be done as per your will, Lord. Lord, our guests who are on the way coming and those who are already here, and all our audience, the university management, together with KIPPRA management, Lord, bless them, Lord, guide them, Lord. In the effort to mentor and nurture students, Lord, always go ahead of them, Lord. Lord, as we tend towards the end of this event, Lord, and at the time we will depart this place, Lord, we'll pray that again, go ahead of us, grant us journey mercies, so that we reach our station peacefully, Lord. Lord, whatever I pray, Lord, I pray that the angels will pray for us, Lord. For that I pray, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. You know, in my class when I teach, actually at some point I also taught at the university. When I teach students, if you don't answer any question in my class, I'll consider you absent. So if you leave this event without saying anything meaningful, or rather, you've not asked any question, you've not answered any question, you've not even prayed for us, you've not even taken contact of any one of us, then I still consider you absent. So lazima at least uonekane sawa. Yeah, so I want us to do a quick recap. How many were here yesterday by show of hands? Yes, thank you. How many are here from this university? Mwenyewe mikono vizuri. How many send us essays and spoken words and poems? Kindly tell your colleagues that they should be here. We expect more than 35, around 33 or so of your colleagues to be here, and so we need to award them certificates. We can't award certificates for people who are not there. Yeah, please tell them to come. All right, so I want us to start our program, and we'll start quickly by a recap, just to get an idea of what we discussed yesterday. So it will be a random thing. Just say anything you remember. The mics will be moving around. We'll take a maximum of 5 minutes to do the recap. Then I'll invite Madam Esther Katiba, who is already in the house. She's one of the renowned HR experts. She's also a mental health coach. She does a lot of things. She's a legal practitioner. She'll introduce herself better that time when that time comes. She'll speak to us, and then we'll be guided how to proceed. So quickly, you just raise your hands and we give you a mic. You just say anything you remember yesterday. Just one thing. Anything you remember yesterday. From yesterday's discussion, ile kitu unaweza kumbuka, unasema na tunasonga mbele. Even the first five people, hivyo tuna
Yes, good morning. My name is Sandro. I remember one thing I think about plans of public policy. You discussed about agenda setting. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, he talked about agenda setting in the public policy, making cycle. There was a hand somewhere here. I hope he has not said yours.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mildred. What I remember from yesterday is about patriotism, and there was an emphasis in us young people embracing our national values, yes, and practicing them more through our talents and our peers.
Thank you, Mildred. Unajua kuna wengine wazazi watalisha school fees sahihi. Kama huwezi kumbuka kitu yote ya jana.
Yes, morning. My name is Bradley Mwanzi from Chuka TVC, and our main theme, as I can remember, is themed on national values and the principles of governance.
Okay, I think let me just maybe say something. Thank you very much for bringing that out. Actually, the theme of this event is enhancing socio-economic development through promotion of youth talents. National values is just one way you can mainstream the youth talents. Otherwise, the main theme of these events is enhancing socio-economic development through promotion of youth talent. Thank you very much. But it's a very good thing to remind us of our national values. There was a hand here.
Yes, hello. My name is Otiano Samuel Odur. Yesterday, I learned about KIPPRA helps students in seeking career guidance.
KIPPRA helps students in seeking career guidance. Thank you very much. Someone else, maybe the last one.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Pamela Apuko from Chuka University. So yesterday we were taught about, from the State Department of Economy and Planning, we were taught about the blueprint that we are using as a country. That is as a country we are looking at the Vision 2030, and from the Big Four agenda of the previous government, now the current government is looking at the bottom-up economic transformation agenda to empower youth, especially through the Nyota Fund and other funding opportunities, so that they create job opportunities and they become entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for those 5 students. Okay, now I want to, and before I do that, I think 5 students have spoken. Nitawanulia lunch ya comrade kidogo, hata kama ni 50 bob kila mtu au 5. Sahihi tu ndawaona kando. Bele attend. Nyuma attend inaweza kuwa ni uongo. So at this point in time, allow me to invite Madam Esther Katiba. And maybe before Madam Esther comes on stage, sorry, any student who like to just kuchangamshazi kidogo before we start the day, just a small piece of entertainment. I think it will be very important for us to even shake our bodies before we. Ni kweli? Aki hamna talents. You have something? Come. By the way, I forgot to tell you yesterday. There's someone who said that kuna ngoma zilimba kitambo lakini bado ziko sawa, si ndio? My favorite music, who can guess? Music is a music mostly mbili peke yake. Like kama sio rumba, music za zilizopendwa. Sasa nimepata mwenzangu hapo anasema nataka kutuimbia rumba. So DJ, tunaomba ngoma ya Billy Bell inasema na K Nairobi. Kuna musician hapa nataka tuweke hiyo wimbo. Atuimbie kidogo, alafu tuendelee. DJ, hauna hiyo? Tunaweza, I think nagonga nayo kwa simu yangu hata. So tufanye aje? Ama unaweza ingia tu YouTube, hii kitu unaweza ipata mara moja. Alafu icheze mara moja. Huyu mzania tutumbuiza kidogo alafu tuanze program. We are behind time. Itaweza? Wamesema imeweza. Sasa anza kwa rehearse pole pole chini ya maji. Hiyo ni Mayday bwana, hiyo si hiyo ni Mayday bwana. Hiyo ni ya angalia ngoma ya Billy Bell bwana, inaitwa na K Nairobi.
Nairobi, nzembo wana vraiment ekotanga pe bien. Nairobi.
Okoni na pasi na zate na ako yana Kenya na yako zwa.
Naitwa Epiche Hyman, niko 1.2 nafanya BSc Agriculture.
Thank you very much for that piece of entertainment. Thank you, thank you. So at this point now, I want to invite Madam Esther Katiba. And maybe before she takes the mic, I want to quickly tell you who Esther is. Just so that at least, I know I cannot introduce her good enough, but at least I can tell you something about her. Just a minute. Yeah, Esther Katiba is a certified human resource practitioner, a trainer, an author, motivational speaker, mental health coach, and a legal professional with over 20 years of impactful experience championing organizational well-being, workplace policies, organizational culture, and international leadership. She's passionate and relentless about ethical leadership and has come up very boldly to address workplace challenges while providing relevant solutions across different institutions and industries. Her fearless leadership style and muscle to drive change across the corporate circles has won her local and global awards. Esther is married with 2 lovely daughters. So kama mnataka namba mtamuuliza the daughters. Karibu.
Thank you. Good morning. How are you doing? Good morning. How are you doing? You know, as mental health coaches, when we ask you, how are you doing? We want you to think about that question and be honest with yourself. Okay? Because we, even in the ICU, when someone asks you, how are you doing? We're very quick to say, I'm fine. And the machines are telling us something different, isn't it? So when I ask you, how are you doing? Don't be quick to respond. Just take your time. Take your time. Ask yourself, how am I doing? Be honest with yourself. It's okay not to be okay. It's okay not to be? Yes, it's okay not to be okay. Just allow me to fix this a little bit. Let me use this one. So we say it is okay not to be okay. So you don't have to be fine. You can say, today I'm not feeling so well. I'm a mental health coach, so and I think it's important that we train you as young people to be honest and to seek help. Seeking help is not a sign of weakness. Are we together? Yes, because the whole being has to do with your mental, your physical, your financial, your emotional, your social, your intellectual, your environmental wellness. So good. Pamela, I still remember what you presented yesterday, and I know I came in the last minute, but I want to connect you to a gentleman. I don't know whether you know a gentleman. Pamela is one who did the sanitary towel project. I don't know whether you know of a gentleman called Lennox. You know Lennox, isn't it? Lennox is a very good friend of mine. Now, Lennox is a CEO of EcoBana. EcoBana, I'll read out something here. I'm glad you know EcoBana. EcoBana, a Kenyan student-led startup from St. Paul's University, won the prestigious $1 million. That's approximately 120 million. In 2022, they were awarded for developing innovative biodegradable sanitary pads made from banana fiber. That's a Kenyan in the university. So Pamela, you are in the right direction. Okay? Let's support Pamela. Keep close to Lennox. Have you met him? I will make sure you meet Lennox. He's a good friend of mine, so I'll connect you to Lennox because you're doing the same thing. He has a whole manufacturing plant in Kisii, doing the same banana fiber sanitary towels. So that should be your mentor going forward. So that one is on me. I will make sure you get to meet Lennox. So From talents to careers, professional development and career management for the Kenya youth. I want us to look at this. I'll read this out. I know it's a loaded slide, but we need this. Africa has a population of almost 200 million people aged between 15 and 24. Now, this is from the Federation of Kenyan Employers. So you can always get this on their page. This category makes up 40% of the workforce and 60% of the unemployed active labor force. This number is expected to double by 2045, bringing a big challenge on Africa economies, since high youth unemployment is an impending threat to stability in Africa. This is a problem that the continent must address to avert uprising and therefore maintain peace, to attract investment and create wealth and the much needed employment. Although the overall unemployment in Kenya is at 12.7%, youth 15 to 34-year-olds, who form 35% of the Kenyan population, have the highest unemployment rate of 67%. Now, the last statement, I want you to keep this in your mind as we go through the session today. Over 1 million young people enter into the labor market annually without any skills, some having either dropped out of school or completed school and not enrolled in any college. So if you're in your final year, you will meet the 1 million. So I want us to think, what next? You have seen this a lot on the streets, isn't it? Have we seen this? Let's talk. Youth. We're not telling you there are no jobs. There are jobs, but there may be limited jobs. But we have CEOs like Pamela sitting here. We have employers like Pamela sitting in this place. As it is, Ikobana has a very big team, isn't it? They employ very many people. And that's what Pamela is about to do. Or that's what she's doing. With the 3, I saw you were 3. Those 3 people will be employers. So I want us to shift our minds. And I know we all love that seat where we rotate and give orders. You know, but it doesn't always come with money. And it can also come with money and a lot of stress. But it's a better feeling when I know that I create jobs for other people. We've seen this on the street. Please give me a job. My name is so-and-so. And this is a BCom accounting person, right? On the streets looking for a job. Let's look at that. This is a common feeling. It's something that will keep crossing your mind. You know, career crossroads. This way should I go? This way. The other day I was in Aspire and a lady said, I don't like the new system, the CBE system, because children are being forced to do one thing. I am of a contrary opinion. I love the system. Because I have a daughter in grade 10. She knows exactly what she wants. When we took her to school the other day, the father tried the traditional way. You know, the father is our traditional system, that thought system, saying, no, please put in biology. She's doing, she wants to become an AI and robotics engineer. So the father tried to pull in biology, and she said, wait a minute, Dad. I have zero interest in becoming a doctor. She's 15 years. I looked at the father, I looked at the girl, and I said, she knows what she wants. She said, I am choosing physics, I'm choosing chemistry, and I'm choosing computers. And the biology was left for the father, and that is how we left the school that day. So yesterday we spoke and she told me, I am now in the science club, I am playing chess, and I am in the robotics class. So sometimes we get to that place where you're asking yourself, which way? You know, and I fully understand. I am Kenyan, I am African. I fully understand that sometimes you could have studied this and ended up on this other side. Maybe a change of mind along the way, or things just didn't go the way you intended them to be. But there's something we call passion. If you dig deep within yourself, there's something called passion. Now, passion is what you can do for free. Look for that one thing that you can do for free. I can do mentorship, I can do training and coaching for free. That one thing you can do for free, and you're happy to do it. Your passion is behind it. So which way in your career? I know if I gave you the mic, you would give me very many ideas. And you're a lucky generation because technology has actually shifted the way we think and the way we handle our careers. We were talking with the HR of KIPPRA, I know she's there, I've seen her, and we said, oh, HR professionals, we need to style up. Things have changed. A conversation on organizational culture has changed. The organizational culture has been systems, processes, structures. It's now moved to people defining this is what we want in the workplace. It's the ambience we want. You know, when we call you for interviews, you actually interview us now. You know, we'll get there. But on career development, I want us to look at this. Ask yourself, what can I do? What can I do? Discover your talent is what you can do. Reflect on your capabilities. What are you able to do? What are you strong at? How can I do that? Your action planning and applying for a job. You know, someone said here yesterday that jobs will not come looking for you. You will look for them. You must have a very unique talent and skill for the jobs to come looking for you. You must have a very unique skill. There are cases where we go looking for people and we target a specific person in a certain company because they have a unique skill. But in your class, I am sure you are not sitting alone. You're hundreds of you. That tells you we have a pool of hundreds to choose from. Where can I do that? Self-employment. I am in self-employment personally. I have worked before, so I know what it is to be employed, and I know what it is to come back. And truth be told, there are times you get into self-employment, Pamela, and then things don't move the way you want, and you jump back into employment, and you can jump back. I have done that before. You're not a failure if that happens in life. If you get into a business and things are not working and you get into employment, you can always go back into business or go back into employment. Don't be too hard on yourself. So self-employment is something you can do. Discover your business. Now Kenya, we are good at copy pasting. If you open an M-Pesa, I open another one next. If you open our 10-year, I open another one next. There's nothing wrong with that. But you need to give me a good reason why I should move from this other M-Pesa to yours. Why yours? What differentiates your business from the other M-Pesa? We'll talk about branding, so I'm moving very fast. What do I want? Reflection on motives, discover your passion, I talked about that. Who can help me? We'll talk about networking and how you discover where to network. Not every event is for you. You know, don't get tired jumping from one event to another, one event to another. Look for events that are speaking to your career path and are speaking to where you want to go. Otherwise, you become a busybody. You are in this event, you're in the next one, you're in the next one. So, where can I do that? Discover your world and the others. Personal development goals. I don't know whether you can see that image. That's a true image of a bridge in India, and I think that collapsed somewhere, and about 9 or so people died. And sometimes that's what it is with our personal development. So what do you do to avoid this? That's a very serious thing. What do you do with your career to avoid getting there? Where you're moving and you think you're moving, you're walking on a very unstable and weak ground. And then along the way, it collapses. Strengthen your leadership skills. Work on your leadership skills. Have mentors, you know. Go for opportunities where leadership is required, even in such institutions. Volunteer. Now, this generation has an issue with that word. Sema hakuna cha bure. That is how you network. That's how you gain skills. And that is how you get your foot in. You have to know the secret of getting your foot into the spaces you want to be. Improve your communication skills. There are classes for that. Work on your communication skills. Because we look at that. It's actually a branding issue. It's a personal branding issue, and organizations are also concerned about communication. If you cannot articulate what an organization stands for, or when you go for an interview and you cannot express yourself, then we have an issue giving you especially a customer-facing role. Let's be honest with each other. You see, because if you're on calls and you cannot articulate what you want to say, kidogo hivi, the employer might give you a back-end role or move to someone else. So be very intentional about your communication skills. There's an issue with this Sheng. That Sheng doesn't go past your office desk. It doesn't go to the boardroom. I see board members here, isn't it? Does Sheng operate in the boardroom? Not really. You can use it with your peers, but not in the office unless you're a creative and maybe you're addressing a team that listens to that. But from corporate space, kindly. Actually, the schools are having an issue with languages, English and Kiswahili, because of Sheng. It's becoming a very, very big issue in schools. So work on your communication skills. Upgrade your technical knowledge, your computer, your AI, Now there's a scare that AI is taking our jobs. AI will not take your job. Someone who knows how to use AI will take your job. So if you're not conversant with that, somebody is working day and night. My daughter is 15, she's working day and night to understand AI. Over the holidays, she asked me, Mom, I heard you discuss, you don't think these children listen. I heard you discuss with someone that you want an app. We're developing a wellness e-platform called EK Wellness 360. It's online, you can check it out. And she said, I can develop an app for you. I looked at her and I said, do you even know what an app is? She said, I can develop an app for you, but you need to pay me. So I knew this was time for me to save. So I said, okay, I'll pay you 10,000. She looked at me and said, what? Since when did people pay 10,000 for an app? I said, so how much did you expect? She said, but you're ready to pay a professional 300,000. You better give me a good rate. Hey. I said, okay, I'll give you 20 or 30K. She said, no, you go figure out a good rate. And I'm telling you, she negotiated and negotiated and negotiated. And she was not sleeping over holiday, Christmas. 15 years old. So she sat me down and said, so what is it that you want to achieve with your app? Now I knew I was having a conversation with an engineer. And I said, this is what I want on my app. I want the people to be able to log in, to pay, to speak to a psychologist. For almost a week or two, she did not sleep. Up to 2, 3 a.m. she's on the laptop. The app is halfway. A 15-year-old. I said, wow. So I know she will do it. I actually stopped looking for externals because the things on her screen I couldn't tell. You know the coding? So she's speaking to AI and AI tells her what to do and she's doing it. So upgrade your technical knowledge. The 15-year-olds are running after you very fast. So some of us will be phased out easily, Develop emotional intelligence. Now we don't just look for papers in the workplace. You will come with your file of papers, and so will very many other people. But emotional intelligence is what we also look for. When you come for an interview and we are asking you specific questions, please, before you answer a question, think, ask yourself why. What is behind that question? Self-regulation, Regulate your emotions. We've sat in interviews and someone just loses it. And we're like, oh, wow, anger management. Huyu atatandika watu huku. So you need to have empathy, social skills. You need to work with people. Don't come and say, I like doing it on my own. If my team members can't do it, I'll sit and do it and deliver. Oh, we're looking for a leader who can work with other people. Motivation and the others. Building networking skills. I think we'll touch that elsewhere still. But when you go to network, please know what you're looking for. Not everybody in this room is your target. You could be looking for a professor or someone else, or a director at KIPPRA, or a board member in KIPPRA. I am not a board member in KIPPRA, so if you come to me and talk to me matters on board member of KIPPRA, I will not help you, but I guy. There's one seated here. So just know who you're looking for when you get into a specific space. Who is your target person? You can't target 100 people. When I go to an event, I know I want to contact or to network with this one person. Pursue that person. And when you're going to that person, please be organized. Okay? Know what you're telling them. Know what you're asking from them. Let it be crispy and short. They will not have time for you. Someone else will be queuing behind them. So you better say what you have to say super fast. And remember, it's your responsibility to follow up. Don't go and tell the board member, nikupatie simu yangu unipigie. Who is looking for the other? Hello? Hello? Are we together? It's getting tough, eh? Enhance problem-solving skills. Please work on that. We look for that. Gain some conflict resolution skills. Don't be the fuel. That's not what we look for in the workplace. We don't look for people who fuel war and disagreement. We look for people who can solve issues. Improve your time management skills. Time is a resource. If you're invited for an interview and you come late, we are waiting for you, we already have a perception about you. And you start telling me, unajua matatu. None of us slept in the office. We made our way there. You should keep time. Personal branding. Let us read that together. Can you see it? Let's read that together. Your brand is what people say about you when you're not in there. It's not what we say when you're in the room. That's Jeff Bezos, CEO of Amazon. Your brand is what people say about you. When you leave this room and we are talking about you, what do we say? Oh, that lady. Oh, the one who never keeps time. Oh, that lady. Oh, the one who is untidy. Or that timekeeper. Or that excellent. I can remember Pamela because of the presentation she made. And I actually sat here and asked, did Pamela in this meeting ask? I asked Rehema, isn't it? I didn't hear Pamela asking for investors. Or maybe her time was up. Because your investors could be in this room. Don't underestimate. Or people who know investors could be in this room. But she left a mark. I remembered now Omondi Lennox. So your brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room. Don't be deceived when your friends are clapping for you. Ask one of them, what did they say when I left? Achana na huyo. Huyo tu muache. Ako hivi. Personal branding. Brand yourself. What is unique? What is your unique value proposition? What sets you apart from your colleagues? Ask yourself, because personal branding will position you in the workplace. It will position you in the business. It will position you wherever you go. What is unique? What is that unique thing about you? You see, this crowd thinking is dangerous for this generation. Just because we're in a group and people like us, you think that people like you as an individual. Forget about your friends. Ask yourself, what is the unique value proposition? What sets you apart? Create a consistent online presence while protecting your brand image. Focus on key platforms for visibility. Depending on what you're selling and what you're presenting, choose your platforms. I know some of you are on TikTok, Facebook. You know, internet does not forget. Internet does not. Internet does not. So whatever you post, your children and your children's children will pull it out. I hope it will be good to be played on the screens when you're a grandmother or grandfather by your children, or they will just say skip, skip, skip. And as employers, we visit your social media spaces. Hello? Because that's you, isn't it? Yeah. You've given us what you want us to see. Because if you didn't want us to see, you shouldn't have put it in public. A gentleman walked into my office some years ago, very smart. I mean, he had everything the client wanted. We do recruitment for organizations. And at the last stage, it was this election period. I asked him, are you on social media? And he said, yes. So I asked him, so what's your Facebook account? He gave me. I typed in, opened, and I asked him, did you say this name? He said, yes. So I looked at the guy, I looked at the page. That morning, he had posted insults, tribal insults. That morning. I asked him, did you post this? He said, no, you know, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. But how didn't you mean it? You left it. To be honest, I didn't give him the job. Because I was not going to take that level of toxicity to my client. Every organization has values. When your organization says integrity is a value, you need to go and find out what integrity actually means for KIPPRA, or what integrity means for Chuka University. When you say customer focus for KIPPRA, is different from customer focus for Chuka. Values are your code of conduct. And you need to write that down, students. Your personal values are your code of conduct. They define who you work with, what you can say, where you can go, what you can do, and what you cannot do. Be intentional. Now let me ask, how many on LinkedIn? Do you know LinkedIn? How many on LinkedIn? It's a good number. Now your LinkedIn account is your online CV. Okay? So most employers globally will go to LinkedIn to look for talent. I'm on LinkedIn. It's just there as Esther Katiba. So when I go to LinkedIn, I will just type, I'm looking for maybe an engineer, mechanical engineer with this and this. It will give me names, location, this place. And I will look at your CV. Now, LinkedIn is not a place to go and post those funny things that are for TikTok. Every social media space has its content. LinkedIn is where you find CEOs and business owners and directors. LinkedIn is a serious space. Please don't take jokes there. Don't go put a profile photo and we are trying to imagine what this is. In LinkedIn, you take a good professional photo because that is your online CV. Please make sure you have a LinkedIn account. You have something to post. There are things you're doing in the institution. There are volunteer jobs you do. Just post them there. Go there first. Study what people post. post relevant content. You can post what you're planning to do, what you're doing, what you're studying. Invest in personal appearance. Invest in dress to be addressed. Dress to be? Yeah. There are people who show up and you're like, good morning, sir. Good morning, madam. Mwingine anakuja kumwambia, vipi? Dress to be? Dress to be? Acha tuongee ukweli, si ndio? So we're in the corporate space. We're helping you. You're our children. Now there's this thing called Crocs. Acha kuangalia mwenzako mguu. Kama amevaa Crocs leo, they are allowed today but not tomorrow. Those things are not official shoes. There's a space for everything unless you have a challenge or there's an issue with your legs, we allow. I am raising Gen Zs. And one day I walk with my daughter in town. We've done a lot of business. I looked down and I saw Crocs and I'm like, did I come with you? So I'm facing the same issues. This thing of going with Crocs and socks to work doesn't work. Some of us, I will send you back home to dress well. I will. So please don't apply for a job with me if you're not ready to invest in your personal appearance. Because I have a brand. I have built a brand. I protect my brand. If the board member of KIPPRA walks into my office and the person who says welcome is Crocs and socks, then he's like, wow. Things here are different. If he came in Crocs, honestly, would you take him serious? Na nyinyi ndio mnavaa na mnasema hapana. So let's learn to dress properly. Understand the power of body language, non-verbal cues, steady eye contact. Now proximity, let me talk about this. Please, when you're speaking to professionals and in the workplace, don't be intrusive. There's the simple things, you know? When you stand next to your line manager or somebody senior or any other person, for that matter, maintain your space. Nobody wants people to be intrusive. It's a respect. Usikuje hapa until I am uncomfortable, I'm moving back. Unasonga, I'm moving back. Unasonga. Simple things in the workplace. You know? You've heard of sexual harassment, eh? Have you heard of that? Yeah. So, things that you need to check out when you're going to the workplace. Your posture, confidence. You know? Confidence. Your posture will say a lot about you. Develop and share thought leadership. Content that to build credibility. I will rush. I know my time is almost up. Career branding guide. Personal appearance. I have talked about that. Interview skills. I have a slide at the end. Work style and ethics. When you get into an institution, please understand their ethics, what they stand for, what they can accommodate and what they cannot. Unless you're building your own institution, you'll be required to abide by what the other organizations do. You brand yourself by what you're doing, and congratulations that you're studying and training. Your attitude. When we have finished with your papers, we look for attitude. They say your attitude defines your altitude. Okay? So don't bring a negative attitude even to the interview, I have seen people have an attitude and you're like, wow, this person is jobless, but they have an attitude. Shakutana na mtu. They're jobless, but they have an attitude. I once gave a beggar, you know the way you give a beggar money? You give them a 10 bob, they say, una 20 bob. Oh, I said, oh, give me back my 10 bob. And that's what happens, you know? Professional affiliations, look out for the professional bodies and organizations like KIPPRA that you need to tag with you to help you. Your resume and cover letter, please. Up and you. Let me just say one thing in passing. It's not a requirement that you have a photo on your CV unless that job requires to see your face. We won't talk about that. CV is a big thing, but please just have what is relevant in your CV. Online, personal and career branding, I talked about it. Look at the content. Before you click send or post, ask yourself, what will the people on the other side think about me? How will this impact my career today and in future? If you don't have to post it, pull it down. Or if you've posted, you can just pull it down. It's okay. But if you still want us to see and hear what you have to say, then click post. We'll be glad to look at it on the other side and make decisions. Job search strategies. Where are you looking for jobs? If you're looking for jobs, websites, the right spaces that you look for jobs. I am. Read that. I am. Yes. So if you don't brand yourself, we will brand you. So you're not escaping. One way or the other, we are going to brand you. We will say, oh, that Tom of this and this. Oh, ule Esther Wanyanya. We'll brand you one way or the other. So you better brand yourself and brand yourself right. When potential employers Google your name, what will they find? I want you to go to your phone because you're digital people. Type your own name. Type your name. Pick your phone. Type your name. Let's see what you find. Don't type your neighbor's name. You'll Google your friends later. Type your own name. What comes up? When employers, potential employers Google your name, what do they find? You need to answer that question. Just Google your name. Google will answer you. Your brand, we can continue with that later. Your brand, your personal brand tells us what you want us to know about you. Sio sisi tumeweka. It's you, isn't it? So your brand will tell us what you want us to know about you. Aya, let's stop now because you're going to other sites. I know you too well. Yeah? You found some messages that you had not checked. So don't go to your phone. Your personal brand tells us what you want us to know about you. Now, marketing makes people choose you. When you market something, the intention is for people to choose that product. But branding makes them remember you. Are we together? So choose. Do you want to market yourself so that we choose you? Or do you want to brand yourself so that we remember you? Be authentic. Tell your personal story. Let's be real. Authenticity is important. I want to interact with the real you. And I know social media has created faces of different people until when you meet them, you're like, ah, this one and the one on social media are two different people. Be authentic. Your personal story carries a lot of weight. Somebody wants to hear your story. Somebody will be moved and transformed by your story. So don't be someone else. Don't try to be someone else. Just be yourself. There's pressure everywhere to be someone else. You know? There's pressure to look like other people. Oh, the people on social media, the people you follow, you know them. They're in business. Okay? They're making money out of your pocket money. The little money you're given, you spend to follow, like, listen, watch people who are making money. I wish you could allocate 80% of your bundles or data to personal development. It's okay to be on social media a few minutes here and there. But I wish you would allocate the bigger budget to developing yourself. Do online courses. Listen to motivational talks and other things. Now you are growing yourself. Craft your personal values. I don't know how many here have personal values. You need to have not the organizational values. I see freedom of expression, integrity, sustainability, teamwork, excellence, and professionalism, confidentiality for Chuka. Now you, as an individual, do you have your personal values? Your personal values are your code of conduct. I have 3 values: integrity, excellence, and impact. That's my code of conduct. If it has no integrity, I'm out. It doesn't matter how much it pays. If it has no integrity, Esther is out. If it has no excellence, I am out. And if it has no impact, I am out. So that helps me choose what I can engage with. Clients I can work with and clients I cannot work with. People I will hang around with and places I can go and places I will not go. So it's important that you have your personal values. Those values will help you say no to some offers you get. Okay? Strategy to create a good brand. We talked about emotional intelligence, define the desired career goal to be achieved, develop a clear communication strategy. Now, I want us to look at the guardrails, personal brand guardrails. Stick to your expertise. There's a lot that you can give as a business person. There's a lot that you can give as an engineer. Stick to your expertise when you make posts. You know? Avoid, look at that, the second one. Avoid off-brand content. Resist the pressure to comment on every trending post. Young people, you don't have to comment. You can read, but you don't have to comment. That's a personal brand, guardrails. You see what happens when I see a nasty post, you know, they will pop up, isn't it? What happens is your friend who commented will appear at the top. That's the way it's designed. And I'm like, oh, this one commented on this one. What did they say? You don't have to comment. It's a personal brand guardrail. You don't have to comment. Resist the pressure. You can read it and pass. Don't leave your footprints there. Don't leave your name there. Don't leave your brand in that comment. Don't post and ghost. Engage. If you're on social media, you know the way to keep moving is to keep engaging, and engage right. Be consistent, be authentic, communicate your brand message till it becomes your reputation. Communicate your brand message until it becomes your reputation. If you go to the HR space, they will tell you, oh, you're looking for a mental health coach. Mental health issues in HR are done by Katiba. Build that brand until it becomes your reputation. So you better be building a good brand. It better be good, because you can't have a negative brand. You know, set boundaries. How much of your personal life are you willing to share on social media? How much? It's your choice. How much of your personal life do you want to share? Choose what you want to tell us and what you want us to know. How do you monetize your talent? Your talent is an asset. Learn how to monetize it early enough. This gentleman has a very good voice, isn't it? Let's give him a hand again. Monetize your talent early enough. Okay? Whatever you have in your hands, what you can do if you're a dancer. Last week we were in Kaimosi with KIPPRA, same program. There's a band there. Man, I asked them, are you registered? Because the county in that area should not be looking for another band to come and entertain people when Kaimosi band is there. I know you have groups here that do different things. Ikobana was built by students from St. Paul's. So Pamela and her team are going to build something that could go global. It's time for sustainability, you know. You have open doors and you have people that are willing to inject money into your project. So whatever you are doing as an individual or as a group within an organization, register it. Look for funding. Look for people that will support you. You might have the gift, the talent, but you have no money. Someone else has no gift, no talent, but they have the money. Okay? So look for those people and then look for her. She's in legal. She will help you legalize your processes. And you'll be able to do something good. Because you tell me, I have this skill, I am doing this, we are a group of this, we have something good, but we don't have the money. But someone else is sitting in this place and saying, I have millions and I'm looking for a place to invest. That's what happens. Your talent already has value. Someone out there needs what you can do right now. Talent equals talent plus consistency plus personal branding equals leverage. Solve problems, not just showing your skills. There's nothing wrong with your skill, but your skill needs to solve a problem. People don't pay for effort. They pay for solutions. Did you hear me? People don't pay for? We pay for what? Yes. So ask yourself, what problem am I solving? She's solving a problem with the sanitary towels, biodegradable. She articulated everything very well. She solves, any investor will give her money. I tell you the truth. And it sounds like I'm interested in investing there. I may not have the time. I may not have, if I have the money, I'll give it to her and I will hold her accountable. but I'll definitely have to be a shareholder. It works that way. I'm not going to invest my money and let you fly with it. Isn't it? Yeah. The earlier young people learn to monetize their talent, the faster they gain independence, confidence, and direction. The future belongs to skilled, adaptable, and proactive youth, not just degree holders. The future belongs to skilled, adaptable, and proactive youth, not just degree holders. Identify what you're good at. Your talent doesn't have to be perfect, just useful. Skills grow with practice and exposure. Build in public. Now, these things you do in private, and you're expecting us to know that you have a talent in private. Bring it out. I want to read this very fast because of time. Visibility creates opportunity. Start small, but start paid. Income builds confidence. Income builds. Learn basic money and branding skills so that when you're paid, you don't just go to the cheap place. If it's a skill and it's a talent, learn how to manage your money. What is your relationship with money? Is it short-term or long-term? Eh? A friend of mine said, tell your money where to go. Stop wondering where it went. Tell your money, the little you have, tell it where to go. Stop wondering where it went. Because that's a culture we have. Eh? Those who are on salary, you're like, hey, I feel robbed. I was paid on 25th. On 26th, my account is screaming. I feel it's you telling your money where to go. Or you're wondering where it went. Job interview tips as we close. Be prepared for interviews. Please don't come to the interview room and ask me who we are or what we do. You should have done your research. When you're invited for an interview, do your research. What does the organization do? What is their mission, their vision, their core values? Where does your role fit? There's a job description that's usually attached to an advert. Go through it. Don't apply if you don't meet the qualifications. But if you do, prepare yourself. Come and tell us what value you add in the organization. Don't just come and ask me mutanilipa ngapi. Because that's a question we get first. In the first few minutes, before tuendelee, hii pesa inalipa pesa, hii job inalipa pesa ngapi? Huku watu wanafanya job siku mzima. Can I work from home? How do I dress here? And the questions you're asking are questions we can discuss at the end. I want to see your value addition to the organization first before we can discuss anything else. There's no employer that has money to distribute. I said, we pay for what? We don't pay for effort. We're paying for your value addition, isn't it? We're not just paying to see you, to fill the office. You must be giving a solution. Practice makes perfect. When you're called for an interview, don't take it casually. Prepare yourself. There are people who either call a friend and say, Sylvanas, I'm going for an interview. Please, let's just interview me. Try and just interview me, so that I'm ready. Ask me questions. Others go to the mirror. Remain professional from the beginning. When you get into the interview, please, upate chai na cookies. Usifagie. Usifanya nini? Wacha tu niwaambie ukweli. Cookies you can eat uko nje. You people look at you and they are wondering, hey, huyu alikuwa na njaa. And it tells a lot about you. Tells a lot about you. Be professional even the way you talk to people. We may be casual the way we are talking to you, but remain professional yourself. Refuse to be dragged to the other side. Remain professional. Eh? We become casual, we talk to you, na wewe unaona ni sawa uweke mguu juu sasa hata wewe uingie tu kwa story. Remain professional. Do what took you there professionally and leave. Dress up professionally. That doesn't mean you have to be in a suit, but I prefer that you wear a suit if you. But if you're going for maybe an engineering job or something, be casual smart. Ask yourself, if I meet the board member or the board chair in that interview, what will they think about the way I'm dressed? Or would this outfit I'm wearing go meet a client? You know, that's what we need to ask ourselves when we are dressing. Because sometimes we dress down too much in the office until your boss looks at you and they cannot send you anywhere. Even for a meeting, they're like, oh no, not this one. So when you come for interviews, be intentional about looking good. Ladies, please pay attention to your hair. Yeah? Afadhali ubomoe, uchane vizuri, lakini usikuje na vitu za last year. Because there's an image, there's a brand. When I see you, I see a lot of things. Before you can open your mouth, it's human. And I've looked at you and I'm like, this is not our brand. Because an organization is a brand, isn't it? And I have to see effort. Don't come and tell me, you know, I'm jobless, I couldn't make my hair. If you're jobless and you can't make your hair, commit. So uchane tu. We didn't say hairpiece. Sindio? You just need to look nice. Go for a shave. If you need to, just fix your hair. The way you show up, we'll decide. Bring copies of your resume and other documents. Wacha kuja kutuambia hamuna, si niliwatumia. It's good to just carry something with yourself. Okay? This generation just says, angalieni kwa email. Si nilikuwa nimetuma? Angalia. Hamkuangalia? And they're very bold. Hamkuona? Nilituma zote. I attached all of them na nakaa tu hapo like, so you guys open your emails. Be on time. Time management. Time. You lose business opportunities, employment opportunities if you cannot manage your time. Time is money. You've heard that, eh? Time is? I had an employee who always came late. And every time she would come and tell me, you know, hakwetu hakukuwa na maji. Hey, so I'm thinking, so how does that relate to the work? Oh, you know this and this. So I told her, you know what? Just write down what time you came every day. And she did it so faithfully. She was a very honest girl. So she would write 9:30, 10. She's supposed to come at 8. So now those are, at the end of the month, I asked her, please calculate for me how many hours you are late. And she did it. So I told her, you know, I can't pay you for time you did not work for. So deduct that from your pay. That was the last time she was late. Because I didn't pay her. I was not unfair, but she didn't show up. The other place she went to work, I knew the boss. The boss told me, thank you for shaping her. And today we meet with her because she's in the HR space and she says, hey, ulinifunza. I am now a leader. She's doing so well. I was training somewhere with her and she keeps giving the story. It was painful at that point, but she learned to respect time. Carry a small notepad and pen so that you can note things that you might need to ask. Wacha kuuliza watu ati ulikuwa umesema nini, kuna kitu ulikuwa umesema juu ya nini, ulikuwa umesema? in the interview, my friend. Just note it down. There's nothing wrong with you writing things so that you're able to either ask questions or respond better. You can do a handshake when you get into the room, but it's not a must. Please study the environment. Usizunguke boardroom iko na watu 20, 10 minutes ni kusalimia watu tu. Salamu, salamu. All of them are now looking at you. They are wondering, hey, this is it. Yeah? It's okay to say good morning, everyone. And when they tell you to sit, sit. Ladies, when you sit, please stop carrying your bag kwa lap. Some small things. Tension, umeshikilia handbag mpaka unasema niko tu sawa, niko tu sawa. Like you're waiting to run out of the room. Relax. What is the worst that can happen is a no. That's the worst, isn't it? The worst that can happen in an interview is being told, no, nobody's going to kill you. Be confident. That's why preparation will meet opportunities. Preparation will help you. Spend some time building rapport. Be honest, stop lying. Look at your social media spaces right now. Some of you have said they studied, I don't know, in the US, wherever. You know, I look at some profiles for the youth. I know them. They are my relatives. They have never gone there. But their profile says they studied in the university. And you're still in the village. And I know you from home. Can you be honest? When you come to the interview, be honest. If you don't know something, it's okay to say, for this one, I don't know, but I'm willing to learn. That does not disqualify you. It actually gives you a plus because you're willing to learn. Or have not handled this before. It's okay. Be ready for personal questions. Sometimes they can ask you intrusive questions. Don't be emotional. It's okay not to answer a question, but you have to respond very politely and say, I'm a bit uncomfortable with that one. Is it okay if I don't respond? It's okay. If you're not willing to disclose something, as long as it's not something that helps us make a decision, because then you can't refuse to answer all questions, but be ready to answer questions. Close on a positive note. Thank the panel for their time. And don't take forever thanking them. Just say thank you for the opportunity. I will wait to hear from you. Remember to follow up. Please don't follow up the same afternoon. I was there in the morning. Amuja nijibu. Ask the panel before you step out. When do I expect a response? If they tell you 7 days, wait until the lapse of the 7 days. Usitume 7 emails in 7 days. Give them time. Are we together? I think I talked about this and I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Esther. Tumpe makofi tena tafadhali. I will allow about 5 minutes for Q&A. So if you have a question. Someone to help us pass the mics around, kindly.
Yes, good morning. Yes, my name is Andrew Guaro, a third-year student. My first question is about the Federation of Kenya Employers on Youth Employment. Madam Esther talked about career crossroads. Yeah, some of our parents force us to do the course which are not about our passionate to make it as a brand, because unaweza kupata wale watu ni madaktari, hao watu ni walimu, so wazazi wetu wanataka kumake kama hii familia iko ya walimu, na mimi nataka upasta. So what strategies have you come up with so that to prevent or to convince our parents or to tell them to leave us alone, tujichagulie?
At least you've told them. Huh? But I want to say this because I'm a parent. Parents are not always wrong. So don't dismiss very fast what your parents tell you. Okay? They raised you. They know your strengths. They know your weaknesses. They have a contribution. As much as you have the final decision to make, listen to what they're saying. They're wiser. Okay? At least they can guide you. They may not understand the job market very well, but they have something to say. And when you have to give them feedback, it's good to give it with respect. Tuko pamoja? Yeah, when your parents want you to be doctors, sometimes, of course, it's for them. And you know, it makes us feel nice, isn't it? You know, when you will be a parent, utajua. It makes us feel nice, but then it might be something that you have no passion for. So it's good to explain to your parents. My father passed on this last year. He doesn't understand what I do in HR. Because I did law abroad and he invested so much, and he kept saying, unaona sasa ulikataa kuwa judge. So I'm one of those that may have let down my father. But I tried to explain to him that I offer consultancy in legal and HR. No, judge. Because he wanted the judge to be driving into his compound, and he says, my judge is. But all his friends, my dad never introduced me by my name first. He said, unajua huyu mtoto wangu wakili. So it made him feel nice. So I allowed him to feel nice and hung my photos in his office, house and office. So it's okay, allow them, but you can always, you can advise, you can just tell them it is still in the same line. They'll understand. The day you'll be a parent, you might be behaving the same, you know, but it's good. Respect them, listen to them, pick what they have to say that works. What doesn't work, just explain to them with a lot of respect. That's what I would say.
Okay, thank you. My second question is that, yeah, there is a key of FKE, that is Federation of Kenya Employers. Number one is Business Development Service. Examples of it is SYB, GYBI. The second is about development and research. That is about leadership and gender programs. Fourth, global and appreciative and network. The last one, which I'm insisting, is about board participation under the government sponsor ads through ELB. So you have seen there is a controversial on the new funding models. Some of our students have left behind, and after it, we can't be employed at that same time. So, and this government is telling us we are heading to Singapore. Because when I'm thinking about this question about Singapore, the news of Singapore has been exaggerated. Yeah. So which strategies have you come up with so that to help our fellow comrades outside there so that we can be at same road? Thank you.
I want to say that I do not work for Federation of Kenyan Employers, so I do not want to misrepresent them here. But I know KIPPRA could answer a few of those questions possibly, and if not, I could connect you to someone in FKE. Does that help you?
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other question? Is this, you can give the gentleman the mic.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Mitchell Saya. I'm a student here at Chuka taking MBA. You talked about career development and mentioned what can I do as several pathways. There's this famous phrase that says, just because you fit doesn't mean you belong. You see, there are issues such as false positive and of course margin of error. My question is that how do you factor in such issues so that you can be sure that you're on the right path? I will give an example. There's this famous Welsh player called Gareth Bale. Gareth Bale has retired from active football, and later on he rediscovered himself to be a loving fan of golfing. In fact, he's doing much better in golfing other than the football he has been playing for a long time. So how can we be sure that we are on the right pathway and not that we are maybe just thinking that we are there? And maybe finally, is it ever too late to start on a different path? Thank you.
To rediscover yourself, I'll recommend that you get mentors. Get career mentors, get people that have excelled in your space. So when we talk about mentors, please choose your mentors wisely. Don't choose people who failed in that line. Choose people who have excelled and people who have walked the path that you want to walk, okay? So that they will share with you their experiences, they will share with you the pitfalls. You don't have to make the mistakes they made. So hang around the right people. Network, that's why I said networking has to be very strategic. Are we together? Look for people that have gone in the direction you want to go, people that have excelled, people of integrity, people that you can trust. They will take you where you want to go. And now, on mentorship, please, it is your responsibility. It is not the mentor's responsibility to plan your meetings. It is not the mentor's responsibility to keep following you up. It is your responsibility to keep following the mentor. Because I know people who come, can you mentor me? Okay. After that, they're waiting for me to call them. Please know what you want from a person, know what you want to learn, so that the first meeting you have with a mentor, you articulate about this. This is what I want to learn. This is where I want to go. These are the decisions I want to make, so that you know very well. About starting, it's never late. Rediscover yourself. I said, there's something hidden in your passion. If you look at the things you love, the things you do, the things that keep you awake, and sometimes your passion is hidden in things you do not like. Okay? The things I don't like to see. I hate disorder. I don't want to see maybe corruption or something. Those things that you don't like to see could have your passion in them so that you fix them. Not that you partner with them so that you look for a solution and fix them. So it's never late. But also study the future of work. Look at your career, where you are today. If you're just a mechanic, and I think I shared this in Mishuki, in Mathioya. If you're doing hands-on things, look at what technology can do for you. Where can you employ technology so that your work is easier? Or where is the world going? Nowadays, you just get into a garage and it's just a machine and every issue in your vehicle is on the dashboard. It's no longer those days when you left your car with the mechanic for 2-3 days so that they look for the problem. Nowadays they give you a diagnosis like a hospital. It just shows red, and they tell you this is the issue, we fix this and you're good to go. So get on your fingertips the future of work and begin to prepare for the future of work. That career of yours, what is the future of work saying? What skills do you need to be on top of things in the next 20-30 years? Begin to prepare now. Are we together? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Shadrach, a student at Chuka University. I have a question. If a family member who is related to someone has done something wrong, then it goes viral online. How does that bad content affect the rest of the family members in seeking jobs when the employers are considering their online presence? Thank you.
That's a good one, because you're an independent person, isn't it? A reasonable employer will not drag family issues to you unless you are part of them. And there are things that you find, not everything that we find on internet will determine the decisions we make. There are things you ignore. Someone can be malicious, isn't it? So there's a level of intake. So not everything. You are an independent person. You have your own profile. You're a brand by yourself. So I think a reasonable employer will not drag everything, including malicious posts, into your interview. No. Yeah. Hey. Sorry. Can we write them down? Isn't it?
Yeah, maybe, let's write our questions down.
Yes.
Then at some point she'll respond to all of them.
So that we have the next presenter. But I'm still around until the session is, until the day is over. Thank you.
Let's give her rounds of applause kindly. I think we are making good progress. And before I proceed, I want to recognize the institutions that are represented here. Of course, we have the Chuka University students and lecturers around. Mass Hill Technical Institute, we acknowledge your presence. I hope they are in, right? It's Mass Hill. Then now we have Chuka Technical College. Thanks for coming. We have a representative from the National Cohesion. Chalo, thanks for gracing our occasion. We had some of them, Agnes from Nakada. I think she just stepped out, but thanks, Madam Agnes, for gracing our occasion. Our immediate former speaker, Esther Katiba, thanks for being here today with us. The KIPPRA team that are around, thank you for being here with us. Bwana George and team, Maureen from Kekobo. Kekobo is called the Kenya Corporate Board. Thanks for coming to speak to us. All guests all around, just in case I've skipped you, recognize you. We acknowledge your presence and we really appreciate. So at this point, I want to, it's my humble opportunity to invite Bwana George, who is the Assistant Director, Finance and Planning in Kenya Corporate Board, to come and speak to us. Karibu Bwana George. For those of you who have innovations and kind of stuff. You may be asking, how do we copyright our things and how do we go about that? George has got all the responses, and actually he has, in addition, he has got, I think you have got some materials for circulation, right? Yeah, so there's materials. We will circulate them for you for your further reference. Thank you, George. Thanks a lot.
Good morning, comrades. Amjambo? Mko poa? Okay. Mnakaa mmechoka na ni mapema. But tutaendelea. So my name is George Kiogora from Kenya Copyright Board. I am a certified public accountant of Kenya. My area of my professional background is in finance and accounting. So I'm the end of finance and planning there. So, but since or rather I work at KECOBO, or Kenya Copyright Board, we have this expertise in terms of what we do as an organization. So Kenya Copyright Board is a state agency, is a state corporation, or what we call parastatals. So we are under the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy, and Sports. That's why we are mostly dealing with you young people, because our work, our work touches on everyone, but when we talk about creativity, when we talk about issues of talents and all that, you mostly find it with the young people or the youth. So but we also do copyright, or rather we work even with the older generation, everyone, because you have seen musicians, you have seen holders who are even 100 years old. So it doesn't mean that we don't work with the older ones. So I've said we are also, our offices at in Nairobi at the SHA building, or what we call the NHIF. Traditionally ilikuwa inaitwa NHIF. Saizi ni SHA building, Pare community. That is where our offices are. So as he's trying to set up, I can continue. So copyright, or rather there is something we call intellectual property. Intellectual property is the property or the creations of the mind. So intellectual property has two branches. So basically, you know what a property is, right? Si tunajua? Property, hiyo simu yako is your property. Your land, or a car, or your book, or whatever it is, a chair, that is your property. These seats are or this building is the property of Chuka University. This laptop is the property of the owner. So that is what a property is. But that property is a real, or rather an actual property Then we have intellectual property. This is property that you cannot see. It's something you have created in your mind, then you have expressed it. So a song, like the gentleman here, if he goes and records that song, if assuming it's a song, an original song that he has written or composed, and put it in a form that can be sold and all that, distributed, that one becomes an intellectual property. So intellectual property has two broad categories. So we talk about industrial properties. These ones are registered and protected by the Kenya Industrial Property Institute, KIPPRA. So these ones include trademarks, patents, industrial designs. So a trademark, for example, is that I think everyone has drunk a soda. You have seen the Coca-Cola. That's a trademark. It's a unique identifier that you can tell this one is a trademark from this company, and Toyota and those others. Then we have others like patents. A patent is that innovation that is created to solve a problem or a solution to like Madam was talking about solutions. So for example, someone thought, instead of someone carrying a microphone or a mic around, he created this one. So when I'm presenting, I don't have to hold or to, keep on carrying it around. So he invented this one here. So this one is an innovation by somebody. Then we have things like a kettle for warming water. That one is, or a phone. That one is an invention. So those ones are protected under the patent laws. And we have so many others. So those ones, we don't deal with them as Kenya Copyright Board because they are one branch of intellectual property, as we deal with copyright. So copyright, as I've said, we are under the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy. We have our vision and mission, our core values. Those ones, by the way, there are those materials that I came with. I'm sure they were distributed to you as you are registering out there. I came with IEC materials, so some of those things you can read about them. So what we do as our functions include overseeing the implementation of laws and international treaties. So there are those laws and treaties that Kenya, I pick this one, that Kenya is party to. So those ones we oversee them. Okay, the government is the one that signs and implements and all that, but as an agency, we oversee, because that's where you find experts who understand issues of copyright. Then we do public education and capacity building, like we are doing today. We supervise and license CMOs. CMOs are collective management organizations. So this one maybe I can elaborate. So if my brother here as a musician decides to release a song, and that song hits, it's a big hit. So it's played on radios, on TVs. Next year, this year, we are getting to campaign mode. You hear the song somewhere in Mombasa, Ukambani, wanatumia kuimba. So the gentleman is supposed to make economic benefit from that song. But he is not everywhere to be able to collect what we call royalties. So he can't go, or that song is also played in matatu or in matatus all over the country and even outside the country. So he is not in a position to go to every matatu telling them, I need you to pay me because you are entertaining your customers using my music. So what they do, like chamas, they come up with what is called collective management organizations, or CMOs. Sijui wangapi mmesikia MCSK? Music Copyright Society of Kenya. That's a CMO. It's a private entity that that enables the musicians or collects royalties on behalf of the musicians. Then we have a CMO for others. We have a CMO for all these the creatives, or the people who do the creative works. So these CMOs, what they do, once you register with them, they collect, they will go, you know, they have the resources. So they will go out to matatus, to bars, to hotels, to all the people, salons, kinyozis that play music and other copyright works. So once they do that, they will pool that money together. Then the law says they are supposed to distribute to the members 70%, and then they retain 30% for admin costs, so that they can pay their salaries, their workers, and all that. So, but as a young person, if you are in the creative sector, if you are a musician, if you are an author, you have written your books and all that, if you are a software developer or engineer, you develop the apps and softwares, you are encouraged to enroll or to register with a CMO, because by yourself you cannot go around collecting royalties, you know, on yourself. Sindio? So that's the work of CMOs. So we supervise and license them as Kenya Copyright Board. So what the government of Kenya is doing is, through Kenya Copyright Board, they supervise these guys. First of all, they license them. We license them rather. Once they are licensed, we supervise to ensure that waki-collect pesa. Now unajua this is a lot of money, it's in billions. What happens to this money? We ensure that this money is supposed to be benefiting the members, so that wasitumie yote kwa admin costs and then wakose kudistribute. Then we do registration of copyright. So if you have your work, or rather you are an author, as I've said, we have distinguished what copyright relates to. So we do your registration. The law does not require you to register. It's not mandatory for you to register. So si lazima ati ukiwa pale utashikwa juu huja register. No. The thing is, just like any other property, if there is a dispute, for example, I'll give an example with him again. He has a song that is a hit song, na inatumika na politicians huko kwa campaigns. So, and then someone else somewhere comes and says, this was my song. So how do we distinguish between kama ni yake ama ni ya huyo mwingine? How do we get to know? If he had registered the song and we issue a certificate to him, then he can produce the certificate. Just the same way, if you have a car, you produce what? A logbook. If you have a piece of land, you produce a title deed. So it's the same thing. He has a copyright registration certificate. So that certificate will put him as, or rather will set him as aside or apart, because he is the owner of that work. So that's why registration is important. Otherwise, registration is not mandatory. Number two, registration for now, there is a waiver. You can do it free of charge. But a time will come when you will be charged. So if you have your work, you go to the site. It's called National Rights Registry. So if you are interested, you can write that down. National Rights Registry. It will direct you, or it will guide you on how to register your work. You upload whatever you need to upload there. It is vetted or checked so that it for originality and all that. Then the other thing we do is enforcement of copyright. So again, akuwa hapa Chuka, then akona song, then he goes out there to the town or somewhere, or even Nairobi or wherever, and he finds someone selling his songs or selling his books if he's an author, or any one of you here, or software. So you find someone is selling my software and it is my original work. So what happens is you can report to us and we enforce the law on your behalf. So we have enforcement officers. Some of them are still police officers seconded to us, or Others have transferred service, so they are enforcement officers, but they still have powers to arrest and all that, investigate, take the person to court and all that. So we do enforcement on your behalf. We also do, through the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, we can help in terms of prosecuting the matter on behalf, especially if it's a matter that is criminal in nature. Then we do organize legislation, that is amendment of the law. Because as I've said, we have experts in this area, so when there is need to amend the law, for example, right now, like you go back 10 years ago, we were not so much into social media, into the digital space. So we need a law, or rather there is the process of amending the law to ensure that all these aspects are taken care of. Then we advise the government on all matters of copyright. So basically, because of what I have said. So legal advice on copyright. Legal advice on copyright and written rights, I've mentioned that. Registration, training, I've mentioned that. Licensing of CMOs. Mediation on copyright disputes. So as maybe some of you or all of you might be aware, the legal or the court process is long, tedious, and expensive. So even the other day I heard the Chief Justice saying that the court system are preferring where you have to mediate, or you get someone, they talk to you, you agree among yourselves who is the owner, who is not the owner, who is supposed to pay the other, and all that, instead of going to court. So we facilitate the mediation process, and we help you get to a consensus and reconcile whatever the issue is, the dispute is. So this is the complaints procedure. It's also in those booklets that I gave you. So this was about copyright. So I'll combine it with the other nini, which also I have mentioned most of these things. So as I've mentioned that we are under the Ministry of Youth Affairs. So this is what copyright is, and these are the laws, or rather the conventions that we are party to as a country. The Berne Convention, the Constitution of Kenya, the Copyright Act. That is where the law is anchored. So what is copyright? So copyright is that right that is granted to people who are doing literary works, musical works, dramatic or drama, and artistic works or arts. We'll go through each one of them. Computer softwares, architectural designs, and all that. And the disclaimer here is copyright protects an expression of an idea. Madam talked about, if you have something in your mind, or you are a singer or a musician, and you do it in your bedroom, I think she gave that example. So the idea in your end, because we've heard people saying, you see that thing that so and so did, like the M-Pesa thing, that app and all that. So anasema that was my idea. But copyright does not protect an idea, because how do we tell iko huko kwa akili yako? How do we get to know? So copyright protects the expression of an idea. So you have to express it in a tangible form. So kama ni wimbo, you record, you put it kwa CD, kwa whatever form that you put it. If it's a book, it's not in your mind. Umeiandika, we have at least something that we can go through and see it's an original piece of work. So we have literary works. Literary works, I'm sure nyinyi ni wanafunzi, you know these things. We talk about short stories, novels, speeches, all these things, as long as it is original. It is your work. It is not something that you have pirated or stolen from somebody else. Dramas, you put it somewhere, you write it, and all these other lyrics and all that. Then we have musical works. These are what we are talking about, the songs, and you have recorded them nicely. And there are various, I will not go into details, but there are various sets of laws that protect the performer, the person doing the recording, the composer. They are all those mixes of laws that protect all these people. And by the way, if you go to, or if you check these Western countries, the US, the European countries, this is where money is. And I believe even in Kenya, this is where the money is. The creative economy, this is where, we were talking about unemployment during the last presentation. This is where employment, this is where jobs are. This is where money is, in the creative space. So what you need to do is ensure that your work is original and your work is protected. So that way you are able to monetize and you are able to make your money. Then we have artistic works. These are arts. Those people who do arts, those people who, you know, the michoro, those guys you've seen even along the road, the people who draw nice arts, artistic works, and then they display them for sale. Paintings, sculptures, and all that. We have drama, or dramatic works. So those, you have seen drama at the museum, the National Theatre, I mean not museum, but rather the theaters, our theaters. So you have seen, you have watched even dramas on TVs. So again, those ones are protected under copyright laws. And audiovisual. So this one combines audio and visual. So you can hear and you can also see it. So like the songs, some of them, films, and all that. Computer programs, I mentioned that, computer programs and softwares. So this one includes the apps. You have seen most of these apps that we have in our phones. So those ones are protected under the copyright law and the softwares. Then there are architectural designs. So these are people who come up with nice designs, like the design of this building. Not the building itself, but the design. So someone will go draw it nicely from his mind, or from he can be assisted by the computer, but not AI. You know, AI, we still don't have laws for protecting and telling what is original or not. But this guy comes up with a nice design, like the one that you're seeing somewhere. Yeah, so there was a design. Yeah, so that design is someone's work. So that one, he can get, or she can get, protected under the copyright law. So under copyright law, we have what we call economic rights and the moral rights. So in simple terms, economic rights is what we know, the right for you to make money out of your work. So it should not be that you come up with a nice work, I'm calling it work because we said it's not an idea, and then someone else benefits from it. So it's your right to be protected by the law to make money out of your creative work. Moral rights, on the other hand, is, for example, if you're a gospel musician, you have the right that someone doesn't go to use your music or your song to do something that you don't like. As you nipeane example gani, maybe to advertise a product, maybe beer or something. I'm not against whatever, but you have the right to come and say, my song cannot be used to advertise this product. My song cannot be played in this space, because you have the moral right. The law gives you that. So requirements for protection, I've mentioned this. Originality, your work must be original. If we check, actually there are softwares to check the originality tests. So if you can tell this one, like you guys, you do projects and thesis. So there are those plagiarism and all that. You can tell the seekers here, this is not music by this person, this is not a book by this person, because it's not original. So it has to be original, it has to be fixated or fixed. The term here means, or fixation means it has to be in a tangible form. So you have to produce maybe a book, you have to produce maybe, Kitambo used to have cassettes, now we have, I don't know, these days music has moved to the online space, but we used to have those DVDs and all that. So that, as at least you have to fix it, you have to show us, this is my work, we can see it, it's not something in the head. So terms of copyright, this means that, for example, what is the term, what is the period? So what time do you get to benefit from your work, or how long? So in this case, you benefit from your work for your life, like the rest of your life. That's what the law says. But for copyright, it also earns you another 50 years after you are gone. Okay, so copyright lasts you for life of the author plus 50 years. So once someone is gone, like we have musicians who died, the songs some of us used to listen to when we were young, but their families, their descendants can still benefit from earning royalties, selling their works for the next 50 years. So then we have limitations. So we have said copyright for you, for example, or something that I did not mention, for you to use someone's work. For example, it's a work of a literary work or literature. Again, as students, when you are doing your projects and all that, you've seen those citations and all that. You have to either get permission from the person to use their work, or you must pay for it, because that person has a right to benefit. So, but there are limitations. So there are times when copyright work can be used without necessarily paying for it or asking or seeking for permission. Number one is in educational institutions like this one. So they have that right. Broadcasting, for example, when someone is doing news or someone is broadcasting something on TV and all that, they have right to quote and all that. They don't necessarily need that kind of protection. In libraries and archives, this again for education purposes, and there are others for general fair dealings like scientific research, someone is doing research, or private use. I've seen again people being arrested for playing music in their own car, in their private car. So that is wrong because it's for private use. You are not using it for commercial purposes. Another one is parody, caricature, and all that. This one, for example, you are doing a parody is like you are trying to exaggerate or to make fun of somebody. Unachora maybe mtu kama president. You've seen those guys who draw senior politicians, anaeka masikio kubwa hivi, anaeka pua and all that for fun and all that. So that one is allowed. It's under the limitations. Yeah, so basically that is what we do. That is what Kenya Copyright does. I've said that we have those IEC materials. I think I was given 15 minutes. I'm sure I've kept my time. The other thing is we were doing some registration as well. You can help us if you are not registered. You can register your details. Number 3 is if you have or you are in that space where you have your work. So you can do the registration of your work, because I've told you it helps you, one, when someone else claims rights or ownership to that work, and 2, it also helps us when it comes to enforcement. If we have to send those enforcement officers here to help you protect your work, or when someone is stealing your work, then we need to know that for sure this is your work, and that we can tell if you have registered. So basically that is the much I can say. Thank you very much, Mana Silvenas.
Situmpige makofi. I thought some things should just come automatic, kama kushukuru speaker kamaliza kuongea. I will request that we put down our questions. We'll have The final session will be a Q&A where the three speakers, that is Madam Esther and St. George, and our next speaker, once they have spoken, I think we can have all our questions put together. We ask them, then thereafter, we'll be getting to the home stretch of this event. When she was out, I recognized her presence, but now that she's in, let me recognize her presence as I welcome her to the stage. We have Madam Agnes, who is the coordinator of NACADA in charge of Embu and Tharaka Nithi County. She'll be our next speaker. She'll talk to us on vijana venye tunaweza avoid I'm not very good in that slang language, but she'll speak to us about drug and alcohol abuse issues. Karibu, Madam Agnes. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. Thank you, Mr. Opio. As you have heard, my name is Agnes Kanyingi. It is a pleasure to see you all here. And I'll take you through healthy living and positive character so that we can be able to build productive youth talents for socioeconomic development. That we shall link it with the effects of alcohol and drugs so that we see how it affects us and how it is going to affect our productivity. And as we wait for the presentation to pick up from the screen, I'll say I'm from the National Authority for the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse, NACADA. Thank you. And we are mandated by the government through an act of parliament to carry out a few things. I'll put them into two. One, we do something we call supply suppression, and two, we do demand reduction. When you talk about supply suppression, it is all about the laws and the policies and the enforcement bit. When it comes to demand reduction, we are speaking about your demand and my demand and how we can reduce it. And that is demand for alcohol and drugs. So we do conduct public education. We provide national standards on policies on ADA. We also coordinate on implementation of the national laws, regulations, and standards. And these are laws that pertain to anything to do with alcohol and drug use and narcotics. We have an enforcement wing, but we also heavily rely on a multi-agency. And every agency brings their mandate on board and the acts that they enforce on board. We also work in liaison with the international bodies. So we represent Kenya in those forums. And we also act as a repository for any national data on ADA. We do research. We coordinate inspection of rehabilitation centers in reference to inspecting them for accreditation so that we ensure that they are offering standard and quality services. Besides that, we also support the county government when it comes to ADA, and we also do a lot of publications on the data that and the reports that we gather all through the year and report it twice to the Senate and to the National Assembly. So having introduced what NACADA is, then I'll dive directly into a little bit of an intro on what drug is or what the definition of a drug. Hii kitu tumesoma tangu primary. Si ni ukweli? But it's good to remind ourselves that when we talk about a drug, be it the legal one or the illicit one, we are talking about any chemical substance which when taken into the body, it will definitely alter the normal functioning of the body. And this will happen psychologically, it will happen physically, it will happen biologically, and in all other aspects. And therefore, when we talk about the classification of drugs, we put them into different classifications. But it's good to look at what are the psychoactive substances or the psychoactive drugs and how they affect us. So when we consume any psychoactive substance, of course it works on the CNS, the central nervous system. It affects our feelings or our mood. We also have a different perception when we are drugged or when we are under a substance. Our thinking and judgment is also impaired, and it also affects our behavior. And this is dictated by how each particular drug will affect the central nervous system. When we talk about the stimulants, they will always speed up the functioning of the central nervous system. And examples of such is when we take alcohol for the first few 1 hour or two. Not even, it depends with how it affects you, and in the first 1 hour. But after that, it becomes a depressant. Tobacco, cocaine, amphetamines, those are categorized under stimulants. Nasikia roho inapiga kwa haraka, unachangamka, si ndio? We also have some other drinks that we take even at home, and you feel so energized. You feel, oh, nguvu imerudi. So that will definitely act as a stimulant. Anything that will act as a depressant will generally decrease the activity of the central nervous system. And I have mentioned alcohol. The moment I am slowed down to doing whatever I can do normally, in most instances, probably there's something that I took and it is now affecting me and it is affecting my activity. So it depresses, it slows me down. Heroin, morphine, those are some examples under that category. We have another category for hallucinogens. And these, they distort the way we perceive things. Examples are cannabis and crystal meth. We have others, the steroids and the prescription drugs that we usually abuse. Even after it has been prescribed 1 times 3. Unajipata unakunywa ngapi? 2 times 3. But the instructions were 1 times 3. Let's look at how the brain is affected and what functions are affected. When we look at the different functions and for the different parts of the brain, we see how and we relate how stimulants, depressants, and hallucinogens will affect our functioning. So when you talk about the frontal lobe, and this is the front part of the brain, that part matures at the age of 25 years. Wangapi hapa tuko zaidi ya 25? Zaidi ya 25? Majority are below 25. And this part, it is the one that carries the executive functions in our body. The functions are thinking, planning, organizing, problem solving, emotions, behavioral control, and personality. And it is the last bit to mature. And yesterday when I sat here and today listening to all the speakers, I was just wondering, all this content, will it be affected by alcohol and drugs? I hope it will not. And I hope it will give us another view of life. When you talk about motor cortex, the movement, of course, when we are depressed, we have taken something to depress our CNS, kama pombe. Mguu itatembea. At some point, the leg tells you I cannot move. Lifting of your hands becomes a problem. And then you start sleeping. Imagine sasa uko kazini, and that's the way you're behaving. You're in a lecture hall, and you cannot even see clearly. Why? Even the vision and sight has been affected. The eyes cannot even open, cannot move, closing, because you are under a depressant. You are under another substance that is affecting your sensory bit of the brain. There is also the parietal lobe, where perception is done, making sense of the world, arithmetic and spelling. We also have the occipital lobe, where vision and sight happens. The temporal lobe, and we are all of us relying on the temporal lobe for our memory and for our understanding of different languages. And therefore, it is very important to start asking yourself, what affects my brain? What do I take on a daily basis and it affects my brain? And how I'm going to resolve it? And why do young people take drugs? And there is a perception that it's only young people who take drugs. Unfortunately, no. Drugs do not respect any person, be it your age, your gender, your social status, your career. It cuts across board. The moment unaanza kukunywa, the moment you start smoking, the moment you start taking any substance that affects your brain, it is not a respecter of any person. It will affect you. It will depress you. If it is a depressant, it will stimulate you. If it is a stimulant, it will affect your perception. Kama ni bangi unavuta. Because as we are hearing a voice talking now, you might hear it 3 times louder, 4 times louder than a normal person. If there is a vehicle that is passing around this place, na tuseme it's a lorry, and is making some sound, for you it might be exaggerated. And therefore, it's also good to know that we also react to such noises, to such sensations, differently because of the substances that we have taken. Young people always say, I'm bored, I want to take something that will lift my moods, I want to enjoy, I'm just curious. Pombe inaonja namna gani? Now that I've been in a season of not drinking and not consuming alcohol, I feel like now I'm an adult enough, I want to taste. Or I want to taste and to try out bangi, nisikie hiyo high, how the rest describes it, whether it is that high. Peer pressure, my friends are doing it, so I'll do it. My colleagues are doing it, so I'll do it. Because of the environment, there is readily available changa. Bangi inauzwa kwangu, so my children start taking. You are in campus and there's someone who is supplying some kind of substance, and everyone is taking. And because you're in that environment, you also want to take. Self-medication and self-defense mechanism. If I take Piriton, nitafanya nini? Nitalala. But who told you Piriton ni ya kulala? I want to be jovial. I want to have a good time when we go out for the night without feeling sleepy, and to have all the energy. So what do? 3, 4, 5 energy drinks. You are pumping a lot of caffeine into your body. You feel like you want to alter your mood depending with the day. It is Saturday and I want to sleep the whole day. So I'll take some medication and I'll sleep the whole day. And in the evening I want to wake up and to go out. Unajipiga zingine za kujistimulate. Availability and affordability of the drugs. The drug is available. We thank God the county government of Tharaka Nithi ilifunga zile bars zilikuwa hapa. Ama kuna ingine imetokea? Is there another one that is already cropped up? It was together with the university management that we lobbied. They should not license bars out here. Uko kwa town utazipata. Across the road you will get them. But around here, because of availability, someone is easily tempted kutoka lecture hall aende apige moja na kurudi kwa lecture hall, si ndio? Yes. Unapitia pale, unabeba kanusu yako, unabeba kaunti 2, alafu unafanya bash kwa hostel. Si ni kweli? But ikiwa mbali kidogo, itabidi tu ukae ujiulize nitaenda ama sitaenda. Affordability. Yesterday, there is the lady who was talking about economic planning and all the funds available for the youth. And I was wondering about HELB. Yako ulitumia aje? How did you use your bit ile iliwekwa kwa account yako? Ni ya kujienjoy, ni ya kutoa form, ni ya kutoa vumbi, ni ya kuentertain first years walipoingia? How did you use it? You're doing side hustles right now. Your money, how do you account for your money? Your side hustle yako imesimama up to date, ama ilishaanguka juu ya kukunywa na kununua bangi na mugoka na miraa na and the rest? These are all the excuses and the things that we use as a way to justify why I should take alcohol and drugs. So it's important to look at the etiology model, but I think I have touched on it. And this etiology model is the causes or the reasons to use, or why we find ourselves using. And we find ourselves in 2 environments, the macro and the micro environment. The micro is the mini. Macro ni ile kubwa, sio? students wa economics. I believe that is it. And when you find yourself in the microenvironment, you're asking yourselves, can you access alcohol and drugs from the family level? From your peers, either in school or at home? From church, when you go to church or to the mosque? At your workplace, are you accessing alcohol and drugs? In the macro environment, what is culturally acceptable by everyone? And I believe in most of our communities where we are coming from, alcohol is generally acceptable. And we defend it so much. Tunasema ni ya kufanya nini? Use it during dowry. Sijui to celebrate what and what have you. But does dowry happen every single day of the week? Does it happen every single day of the week? Ni ya celebrate. Do we have celebrations every single day of the week? When we look at poverty because of the surrounding, and we find some people who are taking poverty as an excuse to indulge in alcohol and drugs. And sometimes when you look at the informal settlements, utapata kuna pombe sana sana the illicits. You can find yourself in such an environment. And then we also have your personal characteristics. We begin with your genetics. Look at your family history. Do you have a history of alcoholism in your family? And if you have a history, be sure that you have a predisposing gene towards being an alcoholic if you partake of alcohol. Na uanze kujipanga na mapema vile, you will avoid alcohol. Let's talk about your temperaments and your physiology. Are you easily depressed? Are you excited in a minute? You're all over feeling so good and feeling so high? Those are areas where inaweza kukuingiza kwa alcohol and drugs. Because if you want to take alcohol and drugs because of curiosity, you will find yourself, kama wewe ni ule mtu wa adrenaline, kutafuta na kuifuata, you will find yourself testing and looking for things za kuchangamsha your brain and your body. We also have your beliefs, your attitudes, and your behavior. What is your belief about alcohol and about drugs? And this is shaped by the family and the church. Are you a believer? Are you a Muslim? And what does your beliefs dictate about alcohol and drugs? What is your attitude towards the same? You have seen it. You have seen the effects. What is your attitude? And what is your behavior? That dictates and shapes whether you and I will take or not take alcohol and drugs. And this situation is there globally. It is not just here in Kenya or here at Chuka. It is a global problem where we find 3 million people dying as a result of alcohol and about 8 million global deaths because of tobacco use. And when we move now to the causal factor, we have even over about 200 diseases and injuries coming from alcoholism, 5.1% of the global burden of disease. Kutokana na pombe, 13.5% of the total deaths in the age between 20 to 39, where most of us are. And the situation continues with other things like infections and other diseases. Last year, but 2024, we released a study that we had done on prevalence of alcohol and drug use among university students. Chuka University was one of our respondents, the students from this university. And the situation is as follows. We did it under for the private universities and the public universities in Kenya. And the prevalence is 18.6%. And this one is close to the national one that we did in 2022. For alcohol, the percentages are as presented. In public universities, 16.4%. Male and female, male are consuming more alcohol than female. When we talk about tobacco products like cigarettes, public universities, there is a rise with 6.6, unlike private universities, they have a higher percentage of 8.5, while public universities is a lower at 6.6. Look at the female statistics and the male statistics, the gender. Look at shisha, still tobacco product. Kuber, still a tobacco product. When you look at shisha under the gender, wasichana oye, mko hapa, you are leading with 4.7%, leaving your counterparts at 4.5%. So we are seeing a shift hapo kwa gender, si ndio? But when you even look at the gender, amuachani kwa mbali sana, meaning wanawake tumejikakamua kufikia what a man can do better, what a man can do, a woman can. We are trying to perfect that. It's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. Look at the tobacco ile ya snuff, ya kuweka kwa mdomo, wengine wanaweka kwa makwapa, some are even putting in their private parts, wengine wanaweka in all those areas that sweat. What is the percentage there? Public universities, 2.3%. When we come to the national prevalence, it is at 2.6%. Let's look at the narcotics, bangi. Cannabis smoked. Public universities 8.7. Wanaume 10.3, wanawake 7. Hatuachani. Tunatembea hapa kwa hapa, si ndio? Bumper to bumper, tunataka kusukumana. We want to overtake the men with our smoking of bangi. Surely. Look at those who have tasted bangi and tried to smoke once in their lifetime. Male and female. Male is 11.7%, female is 9.6%. Heroin and cocaine. Still there are statistics there. So when you look at the national prevalence for cannabis smoked, it is at 9.1%. And this is a very sad situation. And the situation here in Tharaka Nithi, the leading substance of abuse is alcohol, followed by cigarettes and bangi. Now bangi is overtaking cigarettes right now. And you're already in this area. Na hata sijaongezea mgoka hapo. Ama mira. Si ni kweli? Yes. So at least one drug for current use, we find that there is 1 in every 9 students wanatumia. Kiji 1, 2, 3, 4, the 9th person could be using and is using. And when we talk about alcohol, 1 in every 5 for male and 1 in every 6 for female. Hapo maneno sio mzuri. It is not very good. Let's look at cannabis edibles. Tunapika keki za birthday za bangi, tunachemsha kahawa na bangi, tunakula bangi kwa cookies, kwa ngumu. You know, anything imaginable that can be eaten. Na wewe umeenda kwa rafiki yako kwa hostel and they are eating a cake and you want to eat the same cake. Na unasikia hiyo keki kuna vile. And you are introduced to drugs at that particular moment, even without your knowledge. So you need to be very keen even what we are taking, and even keen with our environment, what is happening. Nenda kwa mtu wa Mutura huko, unapata huko ndio mnapanga line. Na sisi pia tunapanga line kukunywa mpaka soup. But we never ask ourselves, hii soup ni tofauti na ya ule ama ni the same? And why are we all flocking to one place? Na nitatoka hapa niende mpaka huko 10 kilometers away to go and take soup. Yet there are about 10-15 people who are taking soup, who are cooking soup. Lakini nataka ile kwa sababu imetengenezwa na kitu ingine, sio? Where are we sourcing these drugs from as university students? Unfortunately, we are getting them from lecturers and teaching staff. 7.0%. They reported walikuwa wanazi access na kununua kutoka kwa hao. From parents, wale wazazi wetu wanauza na wanatumia. From support staff and non-teaching staff within the universities at 14.1%. Let's look at from friends. And we talked about peer pressure. Sindio? It is 66.4%. Tumeongea maneno ya availability and affordability. From the canteens and the bars and premises within our neighborhoods, 59.3%. From fellow students within the institution, 56.0%. That is 56%. Over half. Online purchases of our websites and social media. Saa hii ukigugu where to buy vapes in Chuka, si utapata? Na utapata bei. Bangi might not be online because it's a narcotic na haikubaliwi. But you know, unajua plug wako ule unapigianga simu. Si ni kweli? Those who have never seen some of these things, vapes are on the rise, with so many of us feeling like we are so trendy, but still we are smoking tobacco with all the other effects. Wale wa bangi ndio hizo products zenu hapo, na zile tunaweza jipata tukiconsume where we are. When we look at the effects of alcohol, drugs, and substance use, there are many. They can be physical, they can be biological, they can be spiritual, they can be social. But let's begin with the biological, the health complications. These ones begin right from conception. Unapata mtoto, uko na mimba. Why? Let's give a scenario of a typical university student, sio? Wewe uko university, uko na boyfriend, si ndio? Na mnapiga sherehe, mumefanya bash, mumepiga sherehe yenu, you've had sex, and you have become pregnant. And because you are in denial, you continue pigaing sherehe, na kukunywa, na kuvuta bangi, na kuvuta sigara, risking the child ambaye anakuwa. So when the child is born, if the child is lucky to be born, kufika up to the term ya kuzaliwa, the child comes out with a lot of issues, disabilities, because their developing brain was affected by the substances that you are taking. The brain never developed well. Some organs never fully developed. Alafu kishaza, si unaachanishwa na mtoto wako? Na unaambiwa sisi kwetu hatuzaangi watoto wanaka? Watoto disabled, si ndio? Hatuzaangi vilema. Wewe jua vile utangangana na shida yako. I start getting depressed. Mental health inashuka. Depression, kidogo kidogo, suicide. Malnutrition. Umeingia kwa pombe, ni pombe. You are at the level of addiction. So, do you even eat? Unagonga mayai ngapi? 2. Na nini ingine? Na motura ya 20 bob. Monday to Friday. Yani hata upepo ikikuja, wewe utaenda. You don't even recognize the other deficiencies in your body. Unahitaji vitamins, unahitaji other carbohydrates and whatever else. Disease and disability. Diseases such as cancer, diseases zingine zinatokea, gut health issues, diseases due to infections, because your judgment is always impaired when you are under influence of alcohol and drugs. So, hata kama we are having sex, I don't even remember to ask you. Na hata hiyo pesa ya condoms inaweza nunua nusu ya county kama hakuna zile za free. So na kujua na wewe unanijua. Uko mgonjwa, mimi siko mgonjwa. So diseases, STIs, STDs, HIV infections, hepatitis B, hepatitis C. Why? Because you also even sharing needles. Sina pesa ya kuinject heroin leo. Rafiki yangu ako nayo. Ajidunge na mimi I draw blood from him or her, nijidunge. So that we can be both high. We risk ourselves with many other things. The effects on the developing brain. As I've said, the brain matures at what age? 25 years. And at 25 years is the front part. Ile inabeba executive functions. So by the time hata unafika 3rd year, ushapewa disco, hakuna exam umefanya, sijui cuts za 3rd year zote hujafanya, sijui uku attend class. A lot of absenteeism because of many other issues. So you affect your brain in the functions that have not fully developed, zinakuwa hampered. They do not fully develop. Mental health disorders, I've talked about it, risk behaviors, physical inactivity, you do not attend class, your productivity is reduced, umesha kunywa kitu, imekudepress, umelala for 8 hours. While the rest were productive during the day, you are asleep. You are absent in class, you are absent in such a forum, you are absent everywhere. Umesha graduate, umeitwa interview, unasema ni kupiga sherehe kidogo Sunday, Monday uende interview. You do not wake up. Unaamka ni saa 8. Interview ilikuwa ya saa ngapi? 9. Simekupita. Unafika kwa ofisi umelewa. Your tie is hanging on the side. Koti hata huwezi kuvaa. You are sweating all over. Your eyes are so red even when you sit in a forum where you are negotiating a business deal. Kila mtu anasikia hiyo harufu inatoka kwako, anashindwa, how do we deal with this one now? You lose opportunities. Umeshapewa hiyo pesa hata ya nyota program ama whichever money. Hiyo pesa unaulizanga itatoka siku gani? You are waiting for it. Ikiingia hivi, wewe huwezi tolewa huko, which is the biggest club hapa Chuka town. Huko huwezi toka mpaka pesa ishe. Wewe ndio kutoleana form ya kila kitu. Even if you are doing something creative with yourself, it goes down, 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 and it dies. Why? Because you have no time for it. Academic failure. Alafu unasema lecturer ndio anakuonea. No, lecturer ni mbaya, ananioneanga. But you never attended the classes. You never did the cut. You missed the exam. So utatolewa marks wapi? Similarly, even to us who are working. You don't go to work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Kwanza wiki ya kulipwa salary. Hey. Until mshahara ishe ndio unarudi job. Unapata disciplinary. And then unaambiwa uende counseling, uende rehab, una relapse, unarudi tena. You will part ways very fast with your employer. You will part ways very fast with your business. Because your business requires productivity. It requires your creativity. Inataka ukue accountable. But all those things, they are not there. Because what is ruling you? The urge, the craving to satisfy yourself. Ndio usishikwe na withdrawals and you completely forget about your business, you forget about your studies, you forget about your job. We have a lot of legal and disciplinary actions. For narcotics, kishikwa na bangi, is it legal in this country? It is not. Uko na issues within campus, within your job space, and then you find yourself uko ndani. Strained relationships with your peers. They even discriminate you. Wanasema ai sasa huyu tutapelekana wapi naye surely. Hatuwezi hata piga deal na huyu pamoja because they are always drunk. Wako under an influence, kidogo kidogo wanakuwa oversensitive to a small statement. And they cannot control their anger anymore. They are shouting all over na wanataka kupigana vita. And at that time, probably you have gone somewhere to broker a deal na your partner, your peer ametoa vita. How will you succeed? Sio mtu mnaachana. So you get strained relationships from family, from social groups, from even school, from campus, from workplace. And the more your people are discriminating you and stigmatizing you, you start isolating yourself and grouping yourself together with your fellow people. Wale mnakunywa na wao. So, wewe unahama kazini, unaingia base. Si ni kweli? Unahama campus, unaingia base. And from that point on, when you go down, na una hit rock bottom, the only people who can be available for you is your family. The rest, they do not want to be associated with you. You are either violent, you are vulgar, you are smelling, you cannot be trusted, you are so dishonest. Kazi ni kudanganyana na kuiba every time so that you can feed the craving. Hata we mwenyewe you are start de-isolating pole pole, and then you get to the level where we say you are at rock bottom. Financial crisis, I am not even going to delve into it. We come from families where mzee alisha kula pesa yako ya kulipa shule, or your mom was given your money and squandered it because akona addiction ya kununua handbags na kununua nguo. Addiction is not only for alcohol and drugs. Amesha, and then the day comes when you are reporting here, ana pesa. Experiencing the spiritual loss and disconnectedness. A moment mlevi ama for niyeke mlevi, so that we just get it. Ameingia hivi na hii ni kanisa. What will happen? Ashas wote wanakimbia hapo. Wanataka kumtoa nje. Even if you are so spiritual, you are connected and you are worshiping with some other people there, stigma inaanza. And you no longer are welcome in that church or fellowship. Na hiyo inaenda inafikia mpaka your family. Inafikia familia yangu. So if it is your parents, wanaambiwa, angalia wale baba kina nani, mtoto wao sinie anakuanga anauza bangi huko, anatembea siku hizi, alikuwa campus akifanya law. You know? So stigma now shifts from you to your family. Mpaka marafiki zako wanaambiwa don't associate with this one. And you experience a low spiritually, you detach yourself and you start feeling like you're not worthy. Criminal and illegal activities, organized crime due to alcohol and drugs, accidents that are alcohol related in the workplace, road accidents, personal injury because I am or you are under influence of alcohol and drugs. And we always say you start small, you grow it until you become addicted. And you pass through these 5 stages. Experimental, where you start testing and experiencing kidogo kidogo. You get into social, me I drink once a month, on a social with the social friends and gathering kidogo once a year. Instrumental. Sasa hiyo unataka kuchange mood. You alter your mood. You are using now drugs because you want to be happy. You want to be vibrant. So I take drugs. Now I want to sleep. I'll take others so that I can sleep. Habitual becomes the order of the day, and you cannot survive without it until you get to the compulsive stage, where now you feel nothing else matters. My drink has to call me every single minute of the day, and I have to obey. And you give a lot of excuses at this point, and you defend your addiction without knowing that you're just causing yourself a lot of harm than good. At that stage, we say you are addicted and you require to go through detox, counseling, therapy, and rehabilitation, which does not come cheaply. Some of the recommendations that came out of that report were early prevention, early identification at a personal level from your peers, and referral for either counseling, referral to treatment and rehabilitation, or referral for therapy. Some of us could be suffering because of trauma, and this trauma, it led me to drinking, and I was taking a drink to calm down my nerves and my memory of the trauma that I experienced. And then I find myself, I've moved through the 5 stages. Now I am addicted. I never addressed the trauma, used alcohol as an excuse to calm me down. Now I find myself in another problem. So we need to address the traumas that we have, because most of them are the ones that are also leading us to alcohol and drugs. If you are ever raped, molested, abused, you're coming from a family that has a lot of dysfunctionalities, gender-based violence against you, you found yourself in a war-torn area, or any other trauma that you could be suffering, hata ya kupata accident ya gari, please go for counseling and therapy. It will resolve a lot of other issues that may crop up. Guidance and counseling departments, and I know here at Chuka University it's very strong. I've interacted with your students, and most of you probably have seen my face around. Parenting is also another aspect. And this one I want to speak to the male, the men who are in this hall. If you do not plan to be present in your children's lives, wachana kuzaa watoto. If you are not planning to be present 100%, or even beyond the 100%, and actively present. See ile presentism, you are there physically, but you are never there. You ticked the box, ya marriage, watoto, tick. Don't. So many of the cases that we handle, za watoto, na counseling, na drug use, is because of neglect from the father. And that brings me to another agenda. Wanawake tuwache kudanganya watoto, baba aligongwa na lori kakufa. Mulikuwa wawi? Wacha kuua mwenzako. Because the issues of fatherhood wounds, they are coming from people who are coming sometimes from families. The dad is there physically but not actively. So there is a gap. And this person wants to fill that gap. Ingine niya from single parent families. The child is trying to fill that void. And there is a lot of issues that comes from some scenarios. Parenting style is also another issue. You need to be very careful about how you parent. Kuna wakati wa order and obey. Kuna wakati wa dialogue. Na kuna wakati mwingine, you have to listen to the needs of your children. Hello? Ninajua mtakuwa wazazi hata kama mjakuwa. But for those of us who are parents, we are talking about sustainability, sindio? This Kenya will require every citizen. And the reason why we are losing most of us, and most of us are dying, is because of alcohol and drugs. The reason why some of our dreams are dead is because of alcohol and drugs. Parenting style is also another area. Sisi wazazi wetu walikuwa wa order and obey. No question, no dialogue, no discussion. Utasomea Chuka University na unaenda kufanya teaching. Why? Because your father was a principal. Si ni ukweli? Na mimi nataka mwalimu kwa hii nyumba. No debate about it. Madam alisema the dad wanted her to be a judge. If you are not self-aware and your confidence is low, utaishi kukaa ni kama mtu ajielewi. You're in a career that you do not want simply because there was no dialogue. Because the parenting style was order and obey. Usiposoma hii, silipi fees. Thank God right now we have help. You can also do other side hustles and support your education. But unfortunately for those who do not have, I want you to stay in that marriage. Whether unauliwa ama hauliwi. Without caring to have dialogue. Listen to the issues. Offer support. Be empathetic. Someone talked about values and ethics. We'll come to that. Gender-specific interventions for men, for women. We have different needs. So we need to have them and access them. Social media and other online spaces need to be regulated. Sale of alcohol and drugs is happening a lot online. Do we have a law to regulate? No. So it's a recommendation that we should have a law. Drinking for under 18 years. Very soon we are proposing, we have a national policy that proposes to raise the age to 21 years. Sijui kama kuna wale hapa watapinga hiyo. Tukiileta for public participation. Extracurricular activities. Sports, arts, use of technology and innovation for creatives, and even for your business and for your work. We need to enhance that. We need also to have guidelines on drug use prevention and management, enhance the 300-meter rule. We have included the universities and TVETs in that rule. I'm hoping it will pass. Let's look at the overview of healthy living. And healthy living for us is about a balance. A balance of your mental, your physical, your emotional, your social, your environment, your lifestyle, and even your behavior choices. We need to have a balance. That is generally the overview of healthy living. And with alcohol and drugs, there is always an imbalance. Because we say that drug is anything that alters the normal functioning of the body. Physically, biologically, mentally, all those. So the moment we start using alcohol and drugs, then we are putting ourselves at an imbalance. Key components to sustain that is to have a balanced diet, to piga exercise kila wakati, regularly, adequate sleep. Kuna wengine wanatumia mogoka na miraa. Or some other stimulants zinakuweka on 24 hours, another 48 hours. The body is not balanced. And I believe that's why the body shuts down at a particular time, unalala, and then you wake up rested. And there are also other functions that take over and are more active when you are at rest. So when you are not at rest, you have an imbalance. Stress management. Kila mtu anasema niko na stress ya hii, sijui maisha ni ngumu, niko na stress ya hii. Normalize going for counseling and therapy. Normalize not having an over-ambition with expectations. I want to be rich by the age of 23. And you have not started even showing any signs of riches. Sasa unakuwa na stress. set realistic expectations ambazo they are smart. Si hizo tunazijua? Yes, I don't need to explain about that. Avoid harmful substances at all costs. Hata kama ile kitu nakula ni ngano na ndio inanifanya ninone na sitaki kunona, si ninapunguza hiyo ngano. Kama ni pombe inakupea imbalance, wacha na pombe. There are all the benefits that we draw from having a healthy lifestyle. It is to increase our overall health and energy levels so that we can become productive and sustain it. Sustain that productivity. You want to have clarity of your vision. You want to have clarity on the vision of your organization. You want to be emotionally stable, to be able to undertake all the activities to achieve all your objectives. Ndio ufike kwa hiyo vision. But if you're not balanced, if you're using alcohol and drugs, and your life is having a total imbalance, you will not get there, and neither will I. We need to support a reduction of risk of chronic diseases. It also, one of the benefits is, if we avoid alcohol and drugs and other harmful substances, we are able to reduce our risk of chronic diseases and some conditions that we end up having ourselves and managing for a lifetime. It also supports our academic and social success and many other things. Zile ambazo wewe utaongezea hapo, sio? Let's look at positive character. And it is in reference to building out youth talents for socio-economic development. This positive character, we thank God there was something to do with branding. Kuna watu tayari wameshajibrand mkora, mlevi, dishonest. You have a personal brand that you are carrying that is speaking so loud more than you. Even a student akisimama hapa to be elected a student leader, kila mtu anasema wachana huyo. Ati nani? Wewe jaribu vitu zingine. Why? Because your personal brand is speaking something very different. Your character is speaking something very different. What are your qualities? What are your virtues? What values do you have? What are your ethics? So you need to look at yourself in terms of the choices that you make. As a young person, what choices have you made? You want to graduate and become an advocate of the High Court. But what do we see with you? The choices that you are making, they are not leading you down that road. By the time you are achieving a vision, there is a whole roadmap with the activities and everything else that you should do and tasks to do to achieve what you want to be at the very end. You are a student from the business department, but do you even see anything to do with business in you? Business related. As simple as accounting for your money. Ulikuwa na 500 and someone tells you account for it. unaruka feet 100 by giving reasons why you should not account for the 500 shillings. How will you account billions for the government of Kenya? We need to see the choices living alive within you. Building your character requires resilience. Do you have the ability to bounce back after some setback? Ama challenge tu kidogo, mi nitajinyonga, mi nitakunywa dawa. By then some people become manipulators. Nitajifanyia hivi, if you don't do this, I'll do that. You need to build some resilience that as an individual, I can go through this and bounce back and continue. If I fail once, I look at what made me fail objectively, come up with measures that can help me stand up again and try again. But unakufa roho, umeingia interview room, ushakufa roho. When you see 20 people seated there, or 10 people, or 7 people seated there, unaanza kuhesabu macho, 1, 2, 3, unaona ni 14. Nasema mimi hapa sitaweza. You also need to look at your, you need to look at self-awareness. Who are you? What are your strengths? You need to think about your self-esteem and your self-confidence, and even your communication skills. You need to look at self-control in managing your impulses and emotions, because as I said, some people rely on temperaments. You can easily do this or the other because of your temperament. Do you have a self-control? But even before you set in the self-control, are you aware of your temperaments? Look at responsibility, being accountable for your actions, and all the other values. The importance of youth in development. The importance of this positive character in youth development. I've talked about building self-esteem and confidence, because some doors require you to have that confidence to knock on them. But if you're not confident enough, utasema sitapewa, so sitaenda. Promotes healthy relationships, because the way you are able to interact with people builds on your communication skills, builds on your negotiation skills, builds on your advocacy skills and your lobbying skills. And all those are very important to you and to me. Let's look at the key qualities. We've said resilience, values and ethics, self-awareness and discipline, social responsibility. Look at life skills that you require for yourself and endeavor to achieve them. We also need to look at these strategies that foster the positive character, so that we can have a youth that is utilizing their talents, first of all by identifying them, utilizing them, so as to bring about socioeconomic development. So what skills do you have as a person? Do you know your strengths? What are your threats and your opportunities as an individual? So how do you make your decisions, or are they impaired by alcohol and drugs? What are your refusal skills? Persuasion skills, persuasive skills, what are they? Have you enhanced them? We need to have a lot of mentorship programs like this one for KIPPRA. Thank you, KIPPRA, for coming up with this. Take advantage of such and grow yourself. Who is your role model? Ama ni ule jamaa wa bangi ndio model wako, juu ni celeb wa reggae? Is that your role model? Of course, hata wewe utavuta bangi at some point. Look for positive role models who are going to support you in positive growth. Mentorship in areas to do with entrepreneurship, leadership, and technology. Access for opportunities. And I believe as from yesterday, there are many opportunities that you have identified that you can take advantage of. Peer-to-peer mentorship programs. I have started my own side hustle. Can I be able to mentor a fellow comrade? Ama atanishinda? Sitaki competition. We need to start having that within us. Vile tu tunakuanga na peer-to-peer counselors to help each other, to support each other. If you come to me and you want me to mentor you in terms to do with IT, nitakuangusha. Because what you want could be very different from what I want. Your idea of a creative in IT industry, in IT sector, could be very different from my idea because of the age gap. So peer-to-peer mentorship that is positive is very important. Extracurricular activities to develop our talents. Community service that promotes healthy interests and builds confidence. Doing something not just for you, but even for others. Supportive environments is where talents thrive. Are you coming from a family that is supportive of your talent? Are you coming from a campus that is supportive of your talents? Does the community support your talent? Do we even offer clear values that will support your talent growth? As a country, we have programs for youths. And every program, when you look at it, there is a vision, a mission. So are you taking up the opportunity? Legislations, regulations, policies, rules, and laws to help you and for enforcement purposes. Kwa sababu wengine wetu, we must be guided by structure. And sometimes even structure helps us to build our character. Kuamuka 6 or 5:30 or 5 o'clock while we were in secondary school prepared us kuamuka mapema ndio tuende kazi. Si ni kweli? That is structure. Lakini ukifika campus kuna hiyo structure. It is free for all. Ushakuwa prepared in primary and secondary. In campus, it is self-regulation. So what time do you even wake up while you're in campus? Ama unakumbuka 5 minutes to lecture time, you jump out of bed, hakuna kutandika kitanda, unakimbia kwa hall with your pajama. There is a reason why people need to dress in a particular way. There are universities where there is structure even for dressing. Si ni ukweli? Sio kwenda na Crocs kwa lecture hall na kinyasa. na wasichana tunaenda na spaghetti top. I believe you have seen that structure even with the speakers who have been here. Dressing, time, and other structures, they are there to help us to develop discipline and a decorum and other things, so that even as I stand here, I can appeal to someone na naona that person, whatever they are talking about and the way they are dressed, zinaambatana. Do you need help? Do you know someone who requires help? 1192 toll free line ya Nakada. 1 for counseling, open 24 hours, accessible for free through Safaricom and through Telcom line. Do you have a security issue that you would want to report? Still use the same platform. We are also domiciled under the Ministry of Interior. Kuna mulika muhalifu 988. You can send a text, report the incidents, or report what you want to report without stating your name. State your area and state the sub-county or the county. When you send it, it will go to all Ngao officers to the level of DCC, and they will take action. So do not shy away. If you have a friend, yourself, or a family member who is having a problem with addiction, we are open. You are free. Come. We speak. We listen. We come up with a way to help you. And when you are referred, accept help. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Madam Agnes. Thank you. So at this point, I want us to, maybe before I give further direction, let's appreciate her once more. Unajua sisi ni wale tulelewa ile wakati mtu akisalimia amjambo, sema amjambo tena. So we used to at least do it twice or thrice. Anyway, today I'll say we've had 3 presentations. We started by listening to Madam Esther. We've had a chance to listen to Bwana George from Kikobo. Agnes has talked to us about issues to do with drug and alcohol abuse. So lazima vijana tusare anyway, madre. I'm not very good in that language. I already mentioned that, so you'll pardon me for that. Yeah, okay, now I want us to get into the Q&A sessions for the 3 presenters. Remember I said that you put down your questions, so I hope you've been doing that. So we'll take about 10 minutes to finalize on the Q&A session. Then thereafter, I will request, we'll have a closing ceremony where we'll have certificates issued, and then we'll listen to closing remarks from the management, which is around. That's from both Chuka University and KIPPRA. So with that, let's get into the Q&A session. If you have a question, just raise up your hands and then be brief and to the point. A question per person. Don't ask 2 questions. If you've got 2 questions, choose which one to start with. You remember yesterday we were telling about agenda setting. Una convince ni gani iko best kwanza nayo. So choose 1 question only. If you have 3, chagua moja. So someone help pass the mics around kindly. You raise up your hand, then we proceed.
My name. Good afternoon. My name is Cornelius Musogi. I'm a Chuka student pursuing Bachelor of Science, Economics and Statistics. My question is based on that drug and substance abuse. So, madam, my question was one. You have talked about you handle the cases of those pedis. So, mkikamatanga pedi, then mnashikiza ubangi, huwa mnapeleka wapi na sijasikia mkidispose?
Yes, Saseni. As I said earlier, my name is Andrew Guaro. My first question goes to speaker number 2, Bwana George. And my question is concerning about the copyright. And I want to ask Bwana George about do you have any partnership with Kenya Film and Classification Board? If you have or you don't have, which type of a content do you protecting? Because some content are deemed to violate Kenyan cultural values or promote what is considered to be immoral behavior.
Gender balance, Ladies, msiachwe nyuma pia muulize maswali.
Yes, good afternoon. I am Despita Inaya Jesse. I have a question to Madam Katiba. She said that when you come to these professional bodies, they look for integrity. And now, as the young generation, we are the ones that are approaching those bodies as at now, Sindio. Now, what measures do they have as HR professionals to ensure that the generation that is coming will be bound on integrity? Because the pace that is being set out here is out of integrity. People are not working because they are integral in their paths. We're being told that ethics are out there, but when you get into those offices, there's nothing close to being called ethical. So at least she should tell us, as a HR professional, what measures are they putting in place to ensure that as the young generation that is approaching employment will have integrity in those offices.
Najua swali linajibiwa na mtu wa national values alikuwa around. Lakini unajua jana walisema zinaanza na wewe, hiyo values zinaanza na wewe. Lakini utajibiwa.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rehab from Chuka Technical. I have a question towards the Kekobo. Just a clarification. Does Kekobo offer protection to only artists ama hadi innovators?
Utajibiwa. Swali ni moja moja hivyo na tukisonga.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, my name is Alan. I had a question from Madam from Nakada. Yeah, there was a suggestion I saw somewhere that you want to increase the age number whereby the person is allowed to buy drug or to buy alcohol or to use alcohol. The age to increase from 18 years to 21 years. And if that suggestions work, how sure are we that a person who is going to buy that drug or alcohol is 21 year age? And if it's possible, yeah, we have had the age of 18 years whereby someone is allowed to buy alcohol. At what percentage have you covered or have you capped the abuse of alcohol at that age?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dora. I'm a student at Chuka University pursuing economics and statistics. My question goes to the first speaker. As an HR professional, how do you balance passion projects with your professional responsibilities?
Thank you. I go by the name Jesse, student at Chuka University advancing security studies. My first question goes to Madam Esther. How do I structure the tell me about myself, tell me about yourself question in the way that you told us to be short and crispy? And to my other question is to Mr. George. Is the current Copyright Act complete with the current digital economy, emerging risks? Can the Kekobo board tell about the AI assisted and AI generated works? Thank you.
Unajua ni maswali ni moja. Tukifunga maswali ni hivyo, so tafadhali if you have a question, ask right now.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Bradley Mwanzi from Chuka TVC, and my question is pinpointed to speaker number 2, which I ask, what trends do you see in copyrights and creative industries that we as young people should prepare for?
Hello, my name is Alexander. I have a question, only one question. So, as Nakada, for the past few years, I've heard them talking about drug abuse, how they want to curb. I've never heard of them talking about job vacancies. Maybe because mostly Nakada targets the young generation, us. But I don't know when it comes to job vacancies, do you also target us? Because I've rarely heard of it. And if there is any, kindly consider Chuka University.
I think we can close that those sessions are question sessions. You have one? Okay, then you can be the last one.
Okay, my name is Gideon, and I just want to revisit on a question I asked yesterday on the board of KIPPRA. I asked about the job opportunities for the TVET sector, and I got a weird response about welding, the welding story. Okay, that welding story about that college where they failed, does it mean every single TVET can also be like that? Kindly answer me.
One more. Oh, it looks like there are many more questions. So we'll take the 3. You will go, then I think there is a lady with a hand raised. Who else? I'll give 3 opportunities, then we close.
Mine is not a question per se, it's a request to Madam Katiba. and I think along the way there shall be a question somewhere. I would like I would request that you enlighten us on what are the key components of a CV, and how can people, especially the youth that don't necessarily have a job experience, how can they pitch themselves to corporates using the right words and not necessarily filling their unnecessary information in the CVs? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ezekiel Maina, and my question goes to speaker number 1. So my question is, what will be your advice to a student pursuing more than one field of endeavor?
I think we can close at that point. I'm told that this lady here, you had a question, right? Ama imeulizwa mwingine.
Okay, I'm Clarice from Chuka TVC. My question goes to second speaker. What if it's happened someone's work is stolen online? What are some of the steps an individual should follow or partake to seek or to get justice?
I think we can close the question aside at that point, and now turn to our guests to also now address them. Of course, there are responses to all questions. Some questions might not have answers, but at least there will be response to nearly all of them. So I don't know who would like to go first. Can you go in the order of how you presentation? Now, Madam Katiba, I think you can.
Good. The first one was professional bodies look for integrity, and how our HR professionals put measures in the office for the generation. Now, the corporate space has values. We have policies and processes. Now, policies stipulate how things are done within an organization. Now, when you join an institution, they would take you through their policies, their processes, and you sign. There's a code of conduct, and you will sign. Okay? So that is how you're inducted into an institution. You don't just walk in. I know there are organizations where you just find yourself in. But the right way should be that you come into an institution, we take you through our policies, our processes, the code of conduct, all those, and tell you this is how we do things in here. These are our values, this is our vision, this is our mission, and this is how we expect you to behave within the organization. And in most cases, you will sign and commit to keep to that. So that is how we help you. I hope that covers that, isn't it? The other one was, how do you balance passion with your professional responsibilities? Now you have to set very strict boundaries so that your passion, if you're a musician and we have hired you as a HR professional, you are not just singing in the office. There's time for everything. So you need to set boundaries to manage this. Now, you also need to manage your time so that your passion doesn't eat into your key or core responsibilities. Incorporate your passion with work. There are things that you can incorporate. If you're passionate about writing, and you have a job description that has to do with that, you can always do that. You can as well volunteer in the office to give. Maybe if, let's say there are people who are very good with like MCs, isn't it? Or they are good DJs. So when your company has an event, why wouldn't you do that work? Why can't you talk to the HR and say, I have this skill or I have this passion and I can be the MC? The company does not have to hire an external MC, but you also must do it very well, because it's what the organization looks for. Now, your side hustle, allow me to say this, should not compete with your core job or compete with your employer. There's something called the conflict of interest. So when you sign contracts, there's a clause on conflict of interest. Usiseme, this organization does music, and I'm also a musician, so when the organization is going somewhere, I am also going to sing and be paid. There's something we call a conflict of interest. So make sure that your side hustle is not conflicting. If we sell eggs, you don't do a side hustle to sell eggs. That's not acceptable. But if it doesn't compete, then you can do it. But I must say this, please do it at your own time, not your employer's time. Your employer pays you for maybe 8 hours. So if you have to do your side hustles, allocate your extra time. Not your employer's time. You're on the laptop, you're doing your things, you're writing your own things, you're sending your personal proposals to clients with your employer's tools, internet, time. Let's be disciplined. Tell me about yourself. Avoid going into your childhood stories when you come into the interview. Number one, we already have your certificates. The professional way is that we have your CV and we have copies of your certificate. So we have gone through it. So you can just walk us through that CV on a highlight. Now, there's a very big issue that we are paying people to write our CVs, and so we do not own what is in the CV. We ask you questions on your CV and you are shocked. Huh? We ask you, you did this and this in this organization, you're like, me? Then we are confused, we're like, excuse me, are you George? Yes. So this is your CV? Yes. You sent this to us, so what is this? Like, hey, I don't know who put that there. Your CV. You can get a consultant to work on your CV, but the content in it must be you who gives. Because we will write for you a very good CV. But I look at the CV and the person, I listen, and I'm like, this is not you. Please own your CV. And I think that would go to the CV question. I'll come back to about yourself. We don't need so much. I know the people sitting in front here and right behind me here have a wealth of experience. If they were to give you CVs, I would give you a 20, 30 page profile. We don't have time to read that. So you have to learn to customize your application to the job. Some of the things you have done in other places might not be relevant to that other specific job. So customize your application to the specific job and the job description, and make your CV crispy but very brief. You can tell us the other stories in the interview. Things like religion, your photos are not important on your CV. Just keep them off. Give us what we need. Now, for the young people, think you may have done a volunteer assignment. Please put it there. NGOs and other organizations that value CSR are looking for that. They might just see that volunteer assignment and give you a job. So put things that you have done and they're professional and you can defend them. Okay? Yes. We CVs are built. We also started with 1 page, 1 statement, and contact. Okay? And your relatives don't appear as your ref. Don't put your brother. We need professional people like your lecturers. You know, for some institutions they will require maybe your pastor or your imam. So don't put your friends. When we call them, they say, huyu jamaa anaweza fanya job, ako tu sawa. We are looking for more than that. Now, tell me about yourself. Just give us a brief of what you have done on a highlight. But be very detailed on the value you add to the organization that's interviewing you. That's what we are looking for. We want to hear you say, I volunteered here and here, assuming you don't have a lot of experience. And I realize that from your website, this and this, you are big on CSR, you're big on this, and that aligns with my values and aligns with my passion for this and this. I have been in this place, I have done this, I was awarded this and this, and leave it at that. Leave us expecting more so that we can ask you. But don't go astray telling us stories that actually discredit you. There are people who sit in interviews and discredit themselves. I was in this organization, though they fired me. Hey. And we are all thinking, oh, you're fired. So what happened? And you tell us a story. And we fire you in our minds. You know? When in Kaimosi, I told them, you know, sometimes if your interview is so short, don't clap. Don't go telling people out there, oh, you stayed 30 minutes. You have suffered. I was there 2 minutes. Maybe you had nothing to tell us. We discovered we can't waste time on you. So make sure you prepare. I talked about preparation. What's your advice to a student pursuing more than one field? I don't know what fields you're pursuing, but just try and make sure that the fields that you're pursuing complement one another, so that then you're not in every direction. Just make sure that as you choose a career or a course, an additional online or physical or other courses, make sure that they complement one another. I have done law and I did HR because I know in HR you deal with labor issues. I am doing mental health because I deal with human beings, and mental health is an issue in the workplace. So choose what you do wisely. Please consult your mentors, consult your professors, so that you're not just picking courses and later you put them on the table and you're wondering what is all this, and you don't get frustrated later. I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, and maybe before I give up the mic to the next speaker, for the students, Madam Esther has mentioned that your CVs might not be as long as some of the experienced colleagues who are here. But you know, even these events, like the events you are sending, those are the things you can easily put on your CV. Actually, if you send us a CV at KIPPRA, and you say that, okay, this person was in KIPPRA mentorship, at least this person understands the KIPPRA culture. Definitely that will, of course, will not like give you a job because of that, but already that will change even the perception of the team. Okay, this person is eager to learn. But your CV is the same as someone else's CV, but now hana ile part ya such like events. So such like events always be showing up. So let me give the mic to Bwana George to also respond to a few questions raised.
Good afternoon once more. So I have about 6 questions. I'll start with my good friend here. So KFCB, Kenya Film Classification Board, they have a distinct mandate from Kenya Copyright Board. Of course, there are aspects or areas where we work together. We may not have it written like a memorandum or something, but for them, they regulate the content, like what he's talking about in terms of immoral content and all that. But when it comes to copyright, copyright law protects the original creation or the original work that falls under the purview or under that description, what I was talking about in the morning, whether it's literary works, musical works, artistic works. So that one is protected at that level. But when it comes to aspects of whether it's more or not, then KFCB comes in to regulate that and to ensure that, for example, children don't watch certain programs that are not for their age. So, but in terms of copyright, we ensure that we follow what to protect, what to register, what to enforce and all that. The other question was about whether copyright law or copyright protects only artists or whether the copyright law can protect innovators. Well, if you have innovated, for example, I talked about software codes and apps. It's an innovation, it's an invention. It can be protected under the copyright law. Remember, in the morning I said there is the aspect of industrial property. Industrial property are those properties or intellectual properties that are industrial in nature or commercial in nature. For example, we talked about trademarks, we talked about patents. Those ones I said are protected under or by the Kenya Industrial Property Institute, KIPPRA. But for copyright, we are talking about music, artistic works, literary works, softwares, and all that. So that's where the distinction is. So for innovation, if you have innovated, for example, a software, that one falls under category of copyright. So basically, it's a distinction. You need to know where does your work fall. So if it falls under the industrial property, then there is a law for that, which is enforced by KIPPRA. Number 3 is a question by Jesse, whether the Copyright Act is complete, or whether it covers the emerging risks like the AI and all that. So the Copyright Act is not complete. In fact, I don't know whether I mentioned, right now there is some sort of, I don't know whether to call it overhaul, but there is the process of amending the act. In fact, right now the proposed bill is in Parliament so that it can accommodate these emerging issues, risks, and especially the digital space. Because, as I said, the copyright law that was there or that is currently there does not cover some of these aspects. For example, someone has asked about infringement of your work online. So that one, of course, we are still enforcing, but the law has some gaps when it comes to that. But as I have told you from, I think, last year or the other year, there has been that process of amending the Copyright Act to accommodate that and the emerging issues. Number 4, I think there were there were 5 questions, not 6 as I said. So number 4 is trends in copyright. I'm sure this one we know. As young people, Gen Zs, I'm sure mnajua hii story kama hii ya juzi. I show speed. Si ndio? Si mmemwona alikuwa hapa Kenya. By the way, let me admit, I didn't know him. Mimi I think niko mzee kidogo. I didn't know him before he came to Kenya. Then I saw these things kwa mtandao and WhatsApp groups and all that, the photos, you know, he's hitting what numbers. And it was at night, and I have 2 little daughters. One is about 6.5 years old. So juu wako amelala sana, I went to the bed, nikamuuliza, do you know I show speed? And she was like, yani ali light up, aliamka kwa kitanda hivi, kwani yako wapi? Si alikuwa Kenya? Amekuja huku kwetu. You know, like, I know him. You know, he met Cristiano Ronaldo. You know, he did this. You know, he goes, you know, capturing moments. You know, what. She told me very many stories. So that's where the question, the person who asked trends in copyright, that's where the trend is. There are opportunities with AI, the digital content, the digital economy. When you talk about e-sport, nimeona watu wanacheza, you are playing like maybe football and these other sports, but it's electronic. There is apps, you can develop apps like M-Pesa and all that, YouTube, TikTok. So this guy we are talking about is making a lot of money because of the contents he is creating online and virtually. So basically that's where the trend, that's where the opportunities are, even in business, even in commerce, in all these careers that we are talking about. So as young people, you have opportunities. You have a phone, you have, nimeona university imewapea Wi-Fi. So basically you have so many opportunities, not necessarily in music, but there are so many other opportunities that you have out there kwa digital space. So that's what I can say, TikTok and all that. Content creation, basically. But ensure it is protected. Ensure it is moral. Ensure it is not something that will let you down. Ukienda interview like Madam Esther is saying here, unaenda wanakuangalia kwa mtandao like what she told us to do, and then what they see is disgusting, is something that puts them off at first sight. So do that and you make money. Ensure that you follow kama ni YouTube, kuna vitu utaeka pale, they flag it off and you will not earn from it. So online infringement steps. So when a person does an infringement, as I said, we have an enforcement unit. Some of them, as I said, are active right now, police officers. Others who are police officers, they are still serving, but they have transferred service. So they are no longer under the Kenya Police Service, but they are still enforcement officers. So, and we have experts in this cybercrime at our place. So we have experts, someone who can dig deep into whatever content. This is the owner, this is not the owner. They can prosecute it through, especially because I know some of these things are criminal in nature. They will go through, these days the director of public prosecution, I think some years back, wrote a circular or a letter that all criminal issues, criminal in nature, should be prosecuted through the ODPP. So these days, no one else, like the way you used to have, prosecution officers in every institution. But these days, you have it goes through the ODPP. But when it comes to investigation and all that, you will report, Kekobo will do it, the investigation and all that. They will forward the file to ODPP. So basically for you, what you need to do is, once you know that your work has been infringed, all you need is to report, all you need is to offer details. The same way you do with theft, with assault. You go to the police station, unafunguliwa ubi pale nini nini. So that's the same thing. So you report, but because we are not in every corner of this world, I have given you materials that have our contacts, that have our website, that have all those other things. So you're able to report through that. They will lead you in terms of questions, in terms of the information they need, and then from there they pick up the matter and help you. So, but I'm so happy with the questions you have asked to all of us. This shows that learning has taken place rather. Thank you very much, and I'm happy with you.
Thank you very much, Sir George. So let me give the mic to Madam Agnes.
Thank you. I had 3 questions. The first one was on disposal of bangi. Ama exhibit. Pombe tukishika tunapeleka wapi? Tukishamaliza kesi. There is a Public Procurement and Disposal Act in government. So kesi kiisha, judiciary calls us, invites the committee of the agencies that are relevant with that case, and then bangi inachomwa. Okay? Ile ingine inarudi for areas where they do not invite us. It is taken up by the agency that took the case to court. Ile ilikuwa ndio custodian of the exhibit, and they dispose in reference to the guidelines they have on the process of disposal. For narcotics, and especially cocaine, heroin, hizo zinarudi kwa anti-narcotic unit. Even NACADA does not have any bangi or cocaine within our offices as samples. We are not allowed by the law. The other one is, aniyo pia inatusaidia staff wasikunywe ama wakutumia. Sawa sawa. Yeah, you can sniff cocaine around ukipita hivyo alafu we become all addicted. We have another question that was asking about the age limit from 18 to 21. It is a proposal that is there in the national policy on alcohol and drug abuse prevention and management, which was launched in 2025. And that is subject to public participation. The reason why we proposed to raise the age is because of the development process of the brain that matures at 25. So if it comes to you for public participation, I hope with that understanding of brain development, it shall pass. Then we have the other one for reduction of prevalence amongst the age, the young people, and the measures that we have put in place. Let me begin with the measures that we have put in place. In reference to enforcement, which I talked about as supply suppression. We have the laws in place and the enforcement that comes with the laws. We have the rules and regulations and institutions where rules and regulations they have to be enforced. So when we come to the general public, we follow the laws. And enforcers ni the lead agency, NACADA, plus other motor agencies for each particular product, accompanied by the police. The other one is in respect to the 300-meter rule, and especially for the young people who are in basic learning institutions. There should not be a ban near a school within a radius of 300 meters. There has been a lot of violations with that, and especially where new developments are there and there is no physical planning. A new town has come up and people find opportunities to put up a building, wanakodisha. The first business inapia hapo inakuanga gani? Wines and spirits. Na imepata shule ya primary hapo karibu. Let me say that licensing is now under county government. But sometimes we find there are areas where that rule is flaunted, but we also enforce it. Every now and then we keep enforcing it. And sometimes tunapata argument. What is beneficial to the community? Ni shule ama ni pombe? So when we get such, we have to call for a community public participation. When community public participation is called, community ikisema haitaki bar, the license is withdrawn na hiyo place imefungwa. For institutions of higher learning, we rely on lobbying, like the way we lobbied with the Tharaka County government to remove and not to license wale walikuwa kwa hii barabara any wines and spirits around the university. We also advocate for higher institutions not to have a bar within the institution. Na zile zilikuwa nazo, there are some universities where they have closed the bars that were operating under student canteens. We have the no sale to under 18. Usually that one we rely on wale wanauza kuto uzia wanafunzi. But hapa najua kuna wanafunzi wakiwa high school walinunua pombe. Because of your height and body structure, haulizwi ID. But if I suspect that you are underage, I should ask for your ID. When we are carrying out the enforcement and we find customers buying, and I look at the customer who is buying a product, and the physical features zinaniambia ni mtoto, we always demand. And we meet, even young people buying. But do we take that person through the law? Huyo tunampeleka through guidance and counseling. But mwenye kuuza, anaenda na sisi, ama anaenda na polisi. So that is under enforcement. Adverts of alcohol and tobacco products do not run on TVs before 11 p.m. is over. So it is from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. in the morning. Right now the trend is online sales and marketing. So we are also lobbying. Under the national policy, there is a proposal we should have a regulation, a law in respect to regulating online sales. For basic learning institutions, that is primary and secondary schools, there is integration of prevention and management of ADA in the curriculum. Unaanza kufunzwa mambo ya drug abuse as early as grade 4. We also have a program for life skills from grade 5, where we teach self-awareness and other skills, like about 10 skills to grade 5 and above. We also teach their teachers who become their trainers in that when we are not around. For TVETs and universities, we have done a lot, and especially with, not with the TVCs, all the TVETs who have been in, there for a longer time, and the universities. We have taken the Dean of Students staff through student welfare training. From that training, a university will either identify whether to do a baseline survey for their students. And then from the findings, we know the prevalence of their students. After knowing the prevalence, then we can offer evidence-based interventions that respond to the needs of the students of that particular institution. For Chuka University, we have done that. And every year there are programs that we are invited to undertake together with them to assist the students. So they identify the interventions that they want to do that whole year, and they can do them independently or in partnership with NACADA. Because we cannot reach everywhere, we engage faith-based organizations. We have trained pastors and priests who will ensure that there is prevention messages reaching out to the parents who are parenting that age group, reaching out to the youth within the church with various programs. And they can do it alone or in partnership with us. When we come to the community, I see a lot of requests from youth groups requesting us to partner with them to undertake prevention and awareness programs with them. We are also invited by the community through CSOs, NGOs, and CBOs to speak to the youth on how we can reduce abuse of alcohol and drugs. So those are also interventions. Other interventions are counseling. We also do positive parenting to address on parenting skills. And parents, si watakuwa wana parent nyinyi. And we all come from one origin, that is a home. Now the first teacher of a child ni mzazi. So we also look at mzazi and equip the parent on how to address parenting. The last question was about job vacancies. NACADA inaandikana kazi. Last week but one, there is an advert. Ilifikia deadline last week but one. Did you see it? Be checking on our website, www.nacada.go.ke. We always advertise when there are open vacancies. The other vacancies that are there are through attachment, 3 months. So if you feel like your course requires an attachment, you can apply to co@nacada.go.ke. Attach your cover letter, your CV, the letter from your institution, and a copy of the insurance. Si huwa munapewa? Especially TVETs. Yes. For internship, for those who have completed the university, we follow the process. We are given interns from Public Service Commission every year. And we take them through mentorship and learning within 1 year. And then once the internship is over, they move on, they give us another batch. So don't shy away, but remember there are also some degrees that probably may not qualify to work within NACADA. Hatufanyi vitu za engineering, so you cannot come with an engineering degree to NACADA. Sawa sawa. But you can look at the adverts, the qualifications that we are looking for, and if you are qualified, please apply. And to show as evidence, I came with my colleague, Josephat. Si usimame wakuone. Si huyo ni Gen Z mwenzenu? So we employ, not shy away. Na karibuni sana. Asante.
Thank you very much, Madam Agnes. Okay, now I want us to get to the very last session of our program. And I know our DVC who is here, Professor Gilbert, she has another, rather he has another engagement, and just like our the management of KIPPRA, which is around, so we may have to probably hasten the process. So, students, it's time for those who send us essays and poems to be awarded certificates. So I'll humbly request Professor George and our board director, then Madam Winnie, to come to the podium, and we'll call the names of the students who send us items to be awarded certificates. Thereafter, I'll just give a quick vote of thanks. I'll give the mic to Madam Winnie to make her remarks. Then she will invite the director, who will also make his closing remarks, and finally the DVC will close for us this event. Catherine, maybe you can read the names of the students who will be awarded certificates. So I'll request that Prof and Madam Winnie and director, maybe you'll come to the podium.
The two gentlemen at the front, could you please help me to move this? Sorry. Sylvanus with the certificates. As Sylvanus is walking to the podium, I'd like to first invite Martin Shidhabon Kidhinji. I hope I have not massacred your name.
Yeah, that is the best essay.
That was the best essay that was submitted to the Institute, and these essays can be accessed through our website on www.kippra.or.ke. That's one of the things we do. We advertise and present an opportunity for your essays to be viewed. So Martin Kidhinji, is he in? Does he have a friend? Okay, I'll move to the second person. Terry Anyona Boserap. Is she in?
That was the first runners-up.
Terry, welcome. Please clap for her. As Terry is receiving her certificate, I'll have Murithi Michelle Kanana. That was the second runners-up, Murithi Michelle Kanana. Is she in? If she's not, I'll move to the next person. Aja Teresa Tracy. Is she in? Aja Teresa Tracy. Okay. I'll move to the next person. Sharon Henry Waithera. Sharon Henry Waithera. Okay, I'll move to the next person. Zakaria Gishuki. Zakaria Gishuki. The next person is Munyao Brian Mwaka. Please clap for him, or as he comes to the stage. I'm assuming that's him. As Brian is walking to the stage, please, the next person is Felix Nyolo. Felix Nyolo. Then there's Erickson Wabwire. Erickson Wabwire. Wesonga Derek Mugoma. Wesonga Derek Mugoma. Kamau Sharom Jerry. Kamau Sharom Jerry. The next person is, please clap for him. That is Kamau Sharom Jerry. The next person is Mostin Baraza Wanjala. Mostin Barasa Wanjala. Please clap for him. I believe that's a gentleman. The next person is Daniel Mwendwa Kavangi. Daniel Mwendwa Kavangi. The next one is Martin Chalo. Sorry, Margaret Chalo. Margaret Chalo. Please clap for her. As she's coming. Margaret Chalo. And then you have Marty Mike. Marty Mike. Please clap for him. Marty Mike is the next person. After Marty Mike, we have Gloria Mudhoni Muiti. Gloria Mudhoni Muiti. Gloria Mudhoni Muiti? No? We have, actually it's Glory. Maybe that's the difference. We have Joyce Musheke. Joyce Musheke. And then we have Joab Rogel. Joab Rogel. Joseph Murimi Maure. Joseph Murimi Maure. Gatari Murimi. Collins Kimtai. Are you among us? Should we clap for you? Please clap for her. Collins Kimtai. Wendy Nkatha. Wendy Nkatha. Actually, it's a weddy. Like wedding. Wendy Nkatha. Ronnie Muthe. Ronnie Muthe. Erickson Wabwire. Erickson Wabwire appears twice for having done an essay and done a poem. Okay. Rogers Osuna Onyango. Rogers Osuna Onyango. Tabi Jomo McKenna. Tabi Jomo McKenna. Despita Enenia. Despita Enenia. Please clap for him. Georgina Burial Ngoha. Georgina Burial Ngoha. Gatiri Rehab Waithira. Gatiri Rehab Waithira. Please clap for her.
And kindly those students who have been given certificates, don't go far. We'll have a group photo with the management.
Simon Wanjiru. Simon Wanjiru. And the last person is Japheth Kaungu Musyoka. Japheth Kaungu Musyoka. So the persons who've received their certificates, please make it to the stage.
Don't go, just come back.
To the podium for your group photo. The
Come
gentleman and the ladies.
Come with your certificates, we take a photo quickly so that we make progress.
Thank you.
Daktari, kindly join the team, kindly. Simtupange venye tunasimama. Thanks everyone. Thanks for the patience. So we've come to the end of our program. And before I forget, if you've not registered with us at the desk, kindly make sure that you register before you leave this venue. And remember that it will be lunch for those of us who are here. So also make sure that you get your mail cards at the end of this venue, at the end of this ceremony, so that you get a chance to be served something. For the students who have received your certificates, kindly we'll have a. I'd like to meet you at the end of this ceremony. For all of you who have received your certificates. When we started this event yesterday, I took you through the objective of this event. So I want to quickly just take stock of what we've done, and then provide the way forward in our engagement. So thereafter, I'll make some quick vote of thanks. And then, like I've already said, I'll give the mic to Madam Dr. Mogoi to also say a word, because she has been among the lead organizers of this event. Then she'll invite Winnie Ngui from KIPPRA. Madam Winnie will speak, then she'll bring on board our board director, who will then eventually invite the DVC, Professor Gilbert, to make the closing remarks and close the ceremony. Thereafter, we'll get prayer. I think Dr. Winnie will also guide us from there. Yesterday, I took you to the objective of these events. And one of the, remember I said that the main aim of these events is to actually incorporate the university community and also enlighten them and bring on them speed on what's happening in public policy. So we try to break down those objectives into different objectives, and that is what actually I'll be highlighting. Our first objective was to ensure that we leverage these events to enlighten the university community on public policy, and also take stock of what the government is doing, implementing in its pursuit to ensure economic development. We had yesterday our speaker, Dr. Evelyn Anupi from the State Department for Economic Planning. She took us through some of the initiatives the government is doing, and that has been also done by quite a number of our speakers who have spoken, telling us about what the government is doing, including the speakers of today from Kekoba, Nakada, National Cohesion, who spoke yesterday. And for us, we believe that that objective was achieved, rather has been achieved. We also, I also mentioned that this event aims to provide information resource for students who are seeking career guidance. And we've had a conversation around career issues. Today, Madam Esther Katiba has strongly spoken to us with a lot of energy, like she always do, telling us about how do we, as youth, package ourselves when looking for those opportunities and all that. From our end, we believe that that objective has been achieved. Our third objective was to ensure that we provide a platform where we'll nurture students and strengthen their skills. And actually, from where we sit, we believe that the discussion we've had, students have picked one or two things in regards to their career progression and what they should do after here. We also provide more platforms to engage with the students and also keep on holding your hands. With that, we believe that we'll be able to fully achieve that objective. Our other objective was to provide a platform to discuss emerging issues, especially that in the context of shaping the potential, student potential in research and policy issues. Yesterday we had a conversation where our colleague from KIPPRA, Madam Mercy Owiti, or rather Owichi, she took us through how policies are made in government, and we also, as KIPPRA, so determined, and we'll work with the students community here and lecturers to also provide more of a platform for us to discuss policy issues. And we believe that that will also bring us to speed on all emerging issues that affect our economy. And we are satisfied that that is also achieved. Our last objective was to provide a platform where the university and TVET community will get a chance to have a conversation around governance aspects, incorporating the national values and principles of governance. We had a speaker from the national values speaking to us. That is Bana Chalo. And we believe that, and other speakers have also emphasized on the issue of national values in doing our, or rather in our career. We believe that that objective was equally met. We also want to reassure the university and the students at large that we continue interacting, and as KIPPRA, we keep on supporting, especially the students, so that more of this is done. We'll also be just a phone call away, or some of us will just be a phone call away to speak to students and support where possible. And also, KIPPRA will be, in case there is any request from the university, always addressed to our CEO, and will always be there to support and mentor students. For the invited institutions that are here, that is Mars Hill and Chuka Technical and Vocational College. We also, our doors are always open to all, so you can always also reach to us so that we work together and support each other. Finally, I want now to make some quick vote of thanks. I know this event might look like an event, but a lot of things have gone into this event. We started talking to this university about 3 months ago. So it has been a long journey until eventually we've actualized this event. So in a special way, I want to start by thanking the Chuka University management for accepting to host us today and yesterday. And of course, some of us came here on Monday. So it has been a pleasure being here, and we are so much glad. Pass our regards to the Professor, Vice Chancellor, Bwana Henry, for allowing us to be here today, or rather the whole of this week, starting from Monday. I also want to take the opportunity to thank the KIPPRA management, led by our board, the board chair, Professor Paul Wachana, who is here represented today, by one of the directors, that's Joseph. We really appreciate KIPPRA board for always supporting these events. I also want to appreciate the KIPPRA CEO, who is actually represented here by Madam Winnie. Thanks a lot for always supporting the KMPT event, where we nurture and support students. All our invited guests receive our heartfelt gratitude for raising our event. In particular, I want to appreciate the State Department of Economic Planning for accepting, honoring our invitation and grazing our event, which was actually represented by Madam Dr. Evelyn Anupi. Director of National Cohesion and Values, represented by Bwana Chalo. We really appreciate your presence during this event. Nakada, you've always shown up whenever you requested. We say big thanks, Madam Agnes, for making time to come and speak to the students and the entire audience. We really appreciate and don't take that for granted. Kekobo, here represented by George, Bwana George and Maureen. We really appreciate for finding time to come and speak to the students and always supporting these events. Thanks a lot, and pass our regards to the entire management of Kekobo. Esther Katiba, who has always been like a family to KIPPRA, just a phone call away, and she's always ready to support students. Big thanks for coming and being part of this event. Invited guest institutions, that's Mars Hill, College is here, and Chuka Technical Vocational College. Thanks for honoring our invitation, and thanks for being part of this. Pass our regards to your management for accepting to allow you to be with us yesterday and today. Students from the invited institutions also, if you chose between classes and being here, we don't take that for granted, and we say thank you very much. Chuka University students who decided not to be out there with like other fellow comrades who might not even be having classes, but they thought it wise to be here. We really appreciate, and they say thank you, and whenever you get such opportunities, kindly grab them. Chuka planning team, those who tirelessly held meetings, long meetings with us. The team led by Dr. Mogoi, who is here right now. Professor Eunice Gidae, Professor Wycliffe Otiso, Professor Mariah, the administration of Chuka University, the media team from Chuka University, the ICT team who have been here with us since yesterday, the catering team, which have ensured that at least we get something to bite. Thank you very much for supporting the event and making it fruitful. We really appreciate and we don't take this for granted. The KIPPRA planning team, led by Dr. Kivoi, who is not here today because of other engagement, and all colleagues from KIPPRA who are here today and who have been with us since Monday, and those who have supported us from the behind the scenes, we really appreciate. And for that reason, I want to just request all the KIPPRA colleagues who are here to just rise up and maybe just wave. KIPPRA colleagues who are in the room, just maybe just rise up so that at least you just wave and they see you. I thought we're a bigger team than that. All KIPPRA colleagues kindly just rise up. Yeah. Thank you very much. You can take your seats. That's the team that has worked so tirelessly to ensure that these events materializes, and we really appreciate. We have Madam Kezia here, who has been our co-host. She has really done a wonderful job to ensure that there is inclusivity in our work. We really appreciate Madam Kezia for that. Everyone else, I want to say big thank you. And above all, we give thanks to the Almighty God for granting us good health to be here for this event. With that, I want to wish you a safe travel as you go back to your places. And for the students, I wish you all the best in your careers and all your endeavors. Allow me now to humbly invite Madam Ngoi to also give her remarks as she invites Madam Winnie. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sylvanus has highlighted the objectives achieved and even given a vote of thanks. So for me, it's just to appreciate and inform KIPPRA and KIPPRA management that from the questions the students have asked, a number of questions these students have asked, it means a lot of learning has taken place. So kindly, when you go back, when you make a report, and I know you are a government body, so the president is also involved in it, please inform them that this mentorship that KIPPRA is doing is really benefiting the students, because you can even guess from the very students, from the very questions that the students asked. One even asked, when you arrest people that have carried weed and bangi, inaendanga wapi? Hello, it's nice to be here. It's wonderful to be here. What does that mean? They are thinking. There are those that also asked about integrity in some of our institutions. These, the future of today and the future of tomorrow, they are thinking. So KIPPRA, keep doing the mentorships, keep going to places to talk to these students and provide for them information about the government policies, what the government is doing. There are many things the government is doing, but people do not know. So this is very, very important, and we really appreciate for what you have done. To the students that you availed yourself to come, the information that you've gotten here is invaluable. Thank you for not looking at who is coming and who is not coming, but making sure that you are here, because money has been invested, time has been invested for you to just come here and get this knowledge and get this information. So share information. And when such forums are advertised, such forums, you see them online, you see them, we've done even a banner, please influence other students to also come for such forums, because there is a lot that you get to gain. There is a lot of information that you get to understand from this kind of forums. We really appreciate that you availed yourselves. We also ask you that you may continue like that. To Chuka management, again, we have our DVC representing the VC and the management. We are grateful. And when you go back there, when you're having your meetings, inform them that we would really appreciate when more of these forums take place, because they are benefiting the students. And let me tell you, not only the students, but even some of us. Haven't we learned? Those of us who look like we are not students, haven't we learned? We have learned. I have learned. The lecturers have learned. I can see some of the lecturers there. I'm sure they have learned. There are those even that were saying, I want to be present when this topic is being handled. I want to be present when this one is being handled. So these forums are not only benefiting the students, but they are also benefiting all of us. So we really appreciate. May God bless you, may God keep you, and may God continue to provide resources and funds so that such programs can continue. Do not get discouraged. God bless you so much. I want now to call Madam Miss Winnie Nguyu to come and just give her remarks. And Winnie Nguyu, we have known each other. Yesterday she told me I look like somebody, and I discovered that she knows my sister. So I'm really, really grateful to have one more friend and one more sister. Karibu sana, Winnie.
Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, she's my sister. I am a sister to a professional sister. Thank you so much. I don't know where to start and what to say. I'm not giving any remarks. Our director is going to give the remarks. But the last 2 days, spending the 2 days with you has been genuinely surprising. It's inspiring, and I look forward to the next one. What I noted that your curiosity, questions, and the way you challenge the facilitators, those ideas remind me why learning and mentoring matters so much. Being at the university is not about finding the right answers. It's all about learning how to ask better questions, staying curious, and being brave enough to try, fail, and try again. My take from this, just like Dr. Mugoya said, is that the sessions is that you are more valuable than you think. Your perspectives have already a value in what we have noted. I want to thank all of you because of the energy. These are to the students, the openness and your willingness to engage. I have learned just as much as you've learned, and I realize that we have synergy for each other. There are things I didn't know, and how I wish I was young to have learned what Esther and Madam, I can't remember the name, age is also catching up, the lady from Nakanda. Drug substance abuse is real. We know it is all over to our homes, our relatives, and it has taken a lot. I have a nephew who was meant to be a doctor, but today is just a cabbage. Please desist from drugs. He just took kidogo tu when he was 6th year. He was meant to go to to be posted. But when we inquired, we were told it's not fit to be sent to the unsuspecting public. Do you want to be like that? Kindly take charge of your life, and your parents can only remind you. The rest is yours. You cannot be told not to take drugs. You know it is bad. You have seen what it has done to people. Kindly resist. And I've not seen you asking for Esther's number and Madam Nakanda's number. Those are 2 numbers you need. How I wish I was young to go through Esther. You hear my wishes? Kindly take charge of your lives. To the university management and to my board chair and the other facilitators, not forgetting the lecturers. We cannot thank you enough. You've made KIPPRA proud. We are very proud of you, and we can only pray that you'll be with us next time. We will work together. We will leave an impact, and we have made an impact. We hope to be better with you. As we work with you, we believe that many things will happen, and we will change the young students' lives. Thank you very much, and be blessed. Oh, sorry, I'm inviting our chair of the board, Director Siampati. I don't know why you did not get curious about the name, but he'll tell you something. I'm only propping him so that he can say something. Karibu, Director.
Good afternoon, everybody. Well, I think a lot has been said, and on behalf of the chairman of our board, Professor Paul Wachana, I was happy to attend the sessions that you have had here today. As you know, the whole idea in this program, which I think we can say we co-hosted together with Chuka University. We actually were co-hosts because we are hosting and they are hosting, and I think we have been good partners today. KIPPRA is happy to associate with the effort to encourage and to promote the next generation of leaders. I think a lot has been said about the Singapore vision. I'm lucky to be one of the people, I'm fortunate to be one of the people who have actually traveled to Singapore in my previous life. Yeah, I think Winnie had mentioned about my name. The names are Joseph Tiampati Olemusuni. I used to be a principal secretary in the past, and then basically then transitioned into some other things. But today I'm happy to serve in the board of KIPPRA. And KIPPRA is happy to participate because we are not the only ones. I believe that developing the next generation of leaders is a teamwork and partnership effort between ourselves and lecturers and students, university and community. It's a partnership effort, and that's why we are participants. And I just want to mention, just to remind us about the theme of this enhancing socio-economic development through promotion of youth talents. Tying this to the Singapore vision, which a lot has been said, and it has also been controversial in a way, but I think having visited Singapore and having read the Lee Kuan Yew's book, which he wrote, actually the leader who actually transformed that country into first world from third world. I think there are three main things that are stated in the book, and one of the issue, the first one is for them to be able to achieve that status of first world from third world. The first issue was he mentioned is justice and fairness, and number two is having a clean government. Number three is education, and that education is what we are actually talking about today, and that includes encouraging, promoting the next generation of leaders who are actually yourselves here. That's why I'm saying it's a teamwork effort between the lecturers, ourselves, and the students themselves. There used to be a leader in the USA called John F. Kennedy. I'm sure many of us have heard about John F. Kennedy. And he was a very powerful orator. One of the things he said, and one of which is still remembered up to today, is ask not what your country will do for you, but what you can do for your country. Which means that all these things you are talking about, including this Singapore journey and Vision 2030, that that blueprint that one of us talked about yesterday. So basically, the fact is that the government cannot do these things on its own. The government has to do a lot of things together with the citizens, and you and I have a role. The role of government, the role of the university, and talking about developing the next generation of leaders, the TVETs, and yourself. And I'm happy that a number of our presenters have talked about the issues that actually touch on you as an individual. Because other than what the government will do for you, you must do things for yourself. I happen to be born again, and I have read the Bible extensively. You read Luke chapter 2, verse 52, which talks about Jesus' example. That, there was a time that Jesus actually got lost. The parents could not find him when he was small. They looked for him everywhere, and they went and found him in the temple. And Jesus said, are you, when the mother asked him, he said, are you surprised? I'm actually in my father's house. Which means that very early in life, Jesus actually understood and knew his purpose. We all have a purpose in this world. Don't take yourself for granted. And then later on in Luke chapter 2, verse 52, it says, and Jesus increased in stature, wisdom and stature, in favor of God and man. That is why it is important for us to manage ourselves. If you want to be a successful engineer, you want to be a successful professional, you have to begin by, first of all, understanding your purpose, and also by aspiring to develop yourself wholesomely. Physically, spiritually, emotionally, you have to develop yourself to be a total person. And then your lecturers, when they have their input and they also make their contribution, and your parents as well, it will have meaning when you are also taking part in making yourself a better person and preparing yourself to be among the next generation of leaders. I will not go into details, but I just want to mention a few things about the way forward. Yesterday we had some deliberations with the management, with the administration, the top administration of this university, and we talked about developing a memorandum of understanding, which is actually right now, I think it's work in progress. We hope that as soon as the whole process is over, in the next few weeks, we should be able to sign a memorandum of understanding in terms of this journey of encouraging and promoting the next generation of leaders. Number two is that assuring you that KIPPRA is also trying to expand its capacity to do what you're doing today. Yesterday we shared about some programs like the Young Professionals Program and mentorship program that such as this one, internship and attachment and all these things. And KIPPRA is basically we are moving towards developing what we call the KIPPRA Research Center. That is something that is going to come very soon, and also to basically to acquire more space in our offices so that we can be able to accommodate more of these young professionals that we are talking about, that we want to develop into the next generation of leaders. So number three, I also want to mention that yesterday we met with the VC and we talked about that your 12th annual International Research Conference. If you invite us, we'll be happy to participate and make a presentation, because research is actually one of our core business areas as KIPPRA. And lastly, we also, as KIPPRA, we have something called the KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference. We are holding our 9th conference this year during the month of May, from the 20th up to 22nd of May 2026 in Mombasa. The theme is strengthening value chains for inclusive growth. And I want to assure you that Chuka University will be invited to participate and even to have an exhibition booth or an exhibition stand. Yesterday we were impressed by one of your presenters, Pamela, I'm sure. Is she here? Yeah, Pamela, well done. That's really, we are interested if you can participate and come up with an exhibition, a stand for Chuka University, and that idea can be showcased. And we are talking about a regional conference for the whole country, and then such innovations can then be showcased, and that can actually help to be able to increase awareness and even to share some of these ideas with Kenyans, because it's a fantastic idea. And I think Chuka University then is showing that they are putting themselves in the world map through innovation. And lecturers and students will be free to participate. So we'll be happy to invite you in due course to join us in May during the KIPPRA annual conference. So with those few remarks, I want to invite the DVC, Professor Gilbert Nduru, who is our co-host, to close the conference. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Joseph, Joseph Liampati, Siampati. Aha, yeah, the name, I have been trying to memorize it until I have arrived here. It had already gotten in there. But I want to greet all of you in Jesus' name. Bwana sifiwe sana. Joseph has said he is a born-again Christian. I want to say I am also born again as a DVC, as a professor, because I believe without God, I am nothing. I believe I have no future, I have nowhere to go if I am not right with God. And the Bible says the beginning, that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of Can you tell somebody next to you, the fear of the Lord is a beginning of wisdom. It doesn't matter how you have been schooled, you have gone where, you have got tall and wide. Some of us have finished. I don't think I have any other exam to sit. Now that sometimes I'm called a full professor. Well, they are not full. We are, if you're a professor, you're just a professor. It is when you retire, you're called a professor emeritus. But when you're a professor, that is, umemaliza umekuwa guru, sidio? Na wengine wanaangalia hapo. But one thing I can tell you, without God, it doesn't matter how rich, how poor, how educated, how beautiful, how tall, short, wide, all those characteristics, one day, all this will come to an end. And when you go beyond, allow me not to go to the pulpit, because I go there severally, so I can easily go that direction. I want to be here as a manager and a deputy vice chancellor of Chuka University. Fellow colleagues from KIPPRA, our brother Joseph from the board of KIPPRA, and representing the director of the board, Madam Winnie, representing the CEO of KIPPRA, and all other KIPPRA members who are here with us that have come here as a team to Chuka University to work with our team here. As Joseph has said, we are co-hosting this function together. And then our other participants who have come from Chuka Technical Institute. I hope you are still here. Are you there? Can I see your hands? From Chuka Technical? Yes. And there was the other, inaitwa nini? Hiyo technical ingine. There is another technical called, Yeah, Martial Technical. Muko hapa, can we have? Yes, yeah. Hey, nzuri sana. Na wale wengine wa kutoka Chuka University, can I see you, Chuka University? Yes. Good. We are all here together. Yes, there is a song that I like singing, and I was singing it in the morning. I don't know, I woke up and found myself singing. Though we are many, we are one body. We are one body in Christ. Though we are many, we are one body. We are one body in Christ. We are many, even in this nation, but we are one people. And we have to learn to stay together, to do things together, and to move on together in the same direction. But being human beings, it can be very complex and difficult, because everybody has his own interests, everybody has his own aspirations, and the speed you want to move and the speed I want to move may be different. And that is why collaboration becomes difficult, in that two people that want to work together must be agreed. They must plan to come together and ask one another, my friend, where are we? How did we get here? Where are we going? And how do we get where we are what? Going. Because we are going together. And so I am very grateful that God has given us with KIPPRA this opportunity to be able to agree to work together, to do things together, to collaborate on many aspects. Yeah, many aspects. And I am here on behalf of the Vice Chancellor of Chuka University, Professor Mutembei Mutuikyugo, who would have wanted to be here to say the words that I want to say to you in affirmation, so that you may know what he would have wanted. But because he's been tasked to do some activity by the PS Ministry of Education, and he cannot be here at the moment. He is quite busy. My other colleague also has had to be away because of the technical duties. I am therefore here on behalf of management. Ndugu Joseph and his colleague met the whole management yesterday, but today I will present all of them, the three. I'm the DVC ALSA, I'm the DVC AFPD, and I'm the VC today. So I am so powerful. You can imagine those offices together and the power they carry. So as I represent them here, it is my honor and duty to actually wish you a very a very good journey as you leave this place. Allow me, before I close the session, therefore, to say a few remarks. First and foremost, to KIPPRA, we promise you that we want to work with you, and that is guaranteed. The VC already granted. It's only that the MOU was not completed. By yesterday, we would have already appended our signatures on it to say it is now we are married. Yeah, you know, tumeoa sasa ni kuishi. And you know, when people marry, they start bearing. They start reproducing and multiplying themselves. So, but before we even married, I don't know whether we have adulterated. We have started working together already. You know? Ama namna gani? Yes, when a guy meets a girl and they start producing before they have pronounced their marriage, now biblically kuna shida hapo, lakini kwetu hapa tumeanza kufanya kazi. Already we have this function that has been very well organized by a combined team of very well-meaning gentlemen and ladies from KIPPRA, and also our own team here in Chuka, who I really want to appreciate for initiating this activity and bringing this arrangement to this end with well execution. Everything has been done well because the presentation have been good. The organization, the interactions have been going on well. The registration have been there. Everything is has been well done. I think you have eaten very nice food. That is, they organized that, and we thank you, KIPPRA, for supporting that. We want to say thank you to that team. Can we give them a clap? They did a wonderful job, isn't it? Yes, at Chuka University Management, we really appreciate the good things. And this is one of them that we really appreciate that team for having organized it this far. We also want to say to KIPPRA that the MOU, that the Memorandum of Understanding that we have envisaged to sign together so that we can now formalize our engagement and relationship, has already kicked off, in that today, as I chaired the Dean's Committee, which is the initial stages of its approval, it has already gotten the first, we normally talk of in Parliament, the first reading. So we can say here the first reading must be in the Dean's Committee. The second reading will be done on 12th, next week, in Senate. And the third and final reading will be done the following week in Management, which will be on a Tuesday. So I think after those 3 readings, we will be calling you for an official appointment, because your team of lawyers and all other, the legal team and Chuka University team, they have already agreed. It is now for us to go through the laid down procedure so that nobody questions, how did you sign this? And we ensure that we have put everything right. So you can go with this message to the KIPPRA executive board, the board, and even the CEO. Let them know the MOU is as good as signed. Chuka University Management has granted that. Having said that, it will be important that when we have signed this collaboration, that it will not be just a paper that will just be put in the archives, but we will breathe oxygen into it. That we will put activity, and not one, not two, but we need to be completely working together, consultatively, seeking for funding together, writing research grants, because you do research grants, And I mean also we can share into what the Vice Chancellor also said, we can also organize short courses where we can be able to co-teach them together, maybe online or even physical. We can organize conferences together. This year, because we had not discussed, Chuka University has 2 conferences that we are already working on. And I hear you have one conference in Mombasa where you have, now that we have discovered one another, you invite us. But I hope in future we should find a space of planning conferences together where we can decide this is how we do it. And when we work together, I think we can only do something even better and stronger. We have the CEREC Education Conference that will be taking place in March, and all of you can take these dates and you note there. In March, on 12th and 13th, here in Chuka University, will be an education policy conference that will be seeking to answer questions on the challenges that are facing the education sector in Kenya today. With the upcoming 844 or rather CBC or CBE, which is complex and it seems like nobody knows where we are going, but everybody thinks he knows where we are going. Policy articulation and implementation is becoming a thorn in the press, and there are issues that need to be addressed and well articulated so that we are able to manage the education space and especially its quality, relevance, and applicability in Kenya effectively. And that conference will be seeking to address those issues. It is therefore my humble submission and invitation as a member of management as well as one of the organizers and the leader in the area, because this is my docket as DVC ALSA, to humbly welcome you to prepare. Even before you get that, I think Dandamaway, you have gotten their registration and their emails, so put them together into one group and you'll send them that call. After this, you'll get a call, maybe before you sleep, so long as you have already done that, okay? Yeah, I can send it right from my email, your emails, or also you have left your telephone numbers, isn't it? Yes, you can also put it into your WhatsApp and you get it there. And when you see it, then you know what to do. That one is you need to come up with your abstract as quickly. The deadline is 15th of this month. But because I'm the DVC and I'm in charge, I can extend for you kidogo. So hakikisha that you let me, unaandika mahali hapa, I heard about this in KIPPRA, nilikuwa nimechelewa kidogo, and I will get the committee ensure that your abstract is accepted. So we say karibu sana. In the month of November, we will be holding, not the 12th, the 12th is done. I think what you are reading there is what we already done last October, all right? So in October, we will be holding the 13th annual research conference of Chuka University. Therefore, register again. It will be on the 10th and 12th already, and we will want to welcome you. But that one is in the offing. We will send it to the website of Chuka University and all other advertisement handles there for you to note. Kindly prepare and karibu sana. We would want to work together and really do something. Apart from conferences, there is research that we do. The students undertake research projects. The PhD, the masters, and even the members of staff are expected to undertake research, because a university's mandate from government is to train, to do research, and to do community extension, to serve community with the knowledge that we generate within our context as a university. And therefore, we also would invite you shortly that we could collaborate in this kind of ventures where we not only do training and research, but even in forums where we do advocacy to let people know about what policy is existing and what are the policy issues, public participation, Chuka University would be very much willing to participate in these kind of forums and activities, because as we extend what we know to the community, the innovations, the technologies, and the knowledges that we really keep on either recycling here, inventing new ones, and implementing them, we would want to see our nation rise up to what we are being told about Singapore. But let me tell you, you cannot get to where Singapore is if you don't get your art correct. You must ensure that everything has been organized and the foundations are well laid. Because Jesus said, if you build on the sand, obviously when the storms come, it'll be swept away, isn't it? So we must lay our foundations for development properly. Education is an enabler, and therefore you can't do appropriate kind of foundation laying without education. Let the people who are laying these foundations be empowered and ensure so that they can do the right thing in the right place at the right time and for the right purpose. Many people have money, but they can't lay appropriate foundations with money. Many people have all the intentions, but until they're empowered to know what to do, their intentions will amount to nothing. So let us, all of us, put our right foot forward so that Kenya may have the right foundation for development, so that as we even reinvent what we want to do, then we do the right thing for us. We will not transpose Singapore here, because Singapore are another people. We are Kenyans. We must learn from within what to do for ourselves. And that's why KIPPRA has a goal of ensuring that we are able to do research and know what Kenyans really want, and then come up with policy on how we need to do things. Is a very important road for everyone to walk. And therefore, let us, we say as a university, we are ready to collaborate with you in this venture, because as we teach and empower students here, this knowledge should be used within a guided policy. This knowledge needs to be also replicated out there. Paul says, and this knowledge that I've taught you, prepare to teach others who are also qualified to teach others. I know you have been trained since you came here from yesterday. Very good presentations have been done by able teachers who have equipped you with different nuggets of knowledge, and so you are leaving here more empowered than you enter this door. You are different now. Kindly, when you look into this room, you realize we are just a few of us. Chuka University alone is 27,000 students. And therefore, the proportion of us that are here can only be maybe 0.1 or 2% of those. I would wish that you take yourself, be responsible with the knowledge that you have received, that you do not become like the Dead Sea in the Bible. The Dead Sea has no life. No life in it. Why? It receives the blessed waters of River Jordan, but does not release anything. And because of that, it does not have any outlet. It has become salty, too salty, that even fish, even tadpoles, even mosquitoes don't thrive there. And therefore it was nicknamed or named a Dead Sea. Look at somebody and tell him, don't be a Dead Sea of knowledge. Knowledge is useful when shared. Knowledge is power. And therefore when it comes to you and you desire to keep one, it will not help you. It can only help you when you use it to serve another. So let's use the knowledge that we have learned about policy making, about drugs and substance abuse. All the training we have gotten will only be useful when applied, and when applied in service. Let me tell you, all of us therefore should consider ourselves as a servants. And technically we will call you trainers of trainers. Because you have been trained, go and train others in what you have been trained. Are we together? And in doing so, ensure that you learn even more so that you are a better person in passing the information. Be friendly and focused and let them be enthusiastic about it so that when you implement, then all that you have been trained here will not amount to nothing. Because this was the objective. That when KIPPRA and Chuka University mount this workshop, then the outcome is that there will be people who can go and implement what has been done, trained. But if we finish with ourselves here, then we would have been a dead end. And that is not the Dead Sea we want. We want to move out and be able to ensure people can fish something, some good knowledge, some good advice, some good guidance, some good support from us, because we. So when you leave this door, you should be able to be different from others that were not here. Let them desire to also come here, because when they see how you're doing their things, then there is a mark of difference and mark of quality, a mark of competency that actually is being applied. And so I am so proud as a member of Chuka University Management, gracing this occasion, closure occasion, because I've also witnessed certificates being given for people who actually participated in the activities of this conference, and they were graded and approved to be the best. Every school has an exam, and the best are normally awarded. So I saw that, and I want to, I'm an DVC answer, and my work is actually to submit people to the Chancellor to give them powers, degrees. So I'm glad I was, on behalf of management participants, to give some powers to some people, although it's only that you didn't give me a chance to declare the powers. But the fact that I greeted somebody, I want to send you with that power. Go and exercise the powers of that certificate, that actually you participated, you did well in this course. I know you will succeed. I want also to say we also would wish not only to welcome you, to work with you, but if you have peer fellows with you that can also work here, those who are out there in college, in Polytechnic, we have the Faculty of Engineering here, and once you finish your diplomas, where else would you be ending to? I think you should be coming to Chuka University, Faculty of Engineering, and pursue your kind of training that you're doing there. So there is a roadmap here. If you look down there, you see a wonderful science park, which we have just finished, used by engineers. Chuka University, willing to receive you, tutor you to become men and women of substance in this nation and internationally, because we want university that produces members of the public well equipped with the knowledge, with the skills and the technical capacities that can be of value in ensuring the society moves forward. With those words, I want to finally say what we were told here by the VC. Chuka is a prophetic place, and when you are here, feel a prophetic personality. You are a product of prophecy for you to be here. When you hear what the VC was saying, the woman Jerusa Kanywa, when this was a bush, she built a small church somewhere here. It is that church that had grown up, became a primary school, and that primary school, there was a church, there is a big church here now, and finally the mountain is here. Chuka University is a very special place. Joseph, let me tell you here, as I tell the colleagues, Chuka is very special. It's the only space in Kenya where you find a kindergarten. It's the only space you find in Kenya with a kindergarten, with a special needs school somewhere there, with a secondary, with a primary school just the other side. It is a secondary school in there. There is a medical school within here and a university sharing the same space. that is called Chuka University. You don't find that anywhere else. So if you come to Chuka, you know we are a family. And when I sing that we are one many, we are many, but we are one body, we are one family. So with the young and the old, we have learned to stay together. It's a very interesting ecosystem for academics and for studies. If you came to learn with us, I know you'll go places, because it gives you a natural ecosystem like a home where to study and to catapult you into greater heights of prosperity into your future. Karibuni sana, and on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, therefore, at this moment, I want to say this forum is officially closed. Na mukitoka hapa sasa, yeah, you can clap. And with that, therefore, I want to wish you God's blessings. I want to wish you God's peace. I want to wish you safety in your journeys, in your mercies as you leave here to your destinations. We wish you God's blessings. We look forward to seeing you again here, because definitely once we append our MOU, these activities will be more frequent. And I want to answer Joyce that we will, this is not that management will grant it again. It is granted. It is for you and your team to organize. If you don't organize, I will look at you and ask you, ni nini shida? Mkiwa na, anaitwa nani? Silvanas. Hii kitu bwana iendelee. Every year, even if you do it as frequently, for me as an academic, I want academic progress and to see progress, to see results. Karibu sana. Mubarikiwe sana na Mungu awabariki. Naomba ya kwamba I want to believe atawapatia chakula. Najua mna njaa, lakini Mungu awabariki. Mkienda kula, mpewe kitu mzuri mkule, mkiondoka mwende salama. Na kwa sasa, kwa sababu nahitajika mahali ingine, simu niachilie nikimbie na hao wengine nimalizane na hao. Tuko pamoja. Mungu awabariki sana.
Let us give him a better clap. Thank you so much. Yes, we have lunch for all of us. The students will go to ground floor, strictly ground floor, and the staff will go to first floor. It is the same food, just the serving points. So kindly, students, you go to ground floor while the staff goes to first floor. The same food, everything the same, is just the serving points where we don't want you to be pushing with old women like me. So that's why probably the different serving points. 2, those that have received certificates, you see Silvanas. You see Silvanas. Those that have received their certificates, you see Silvanas. Is that okay? Now, there is somebody from Mercy Hill, a tutor from Mercy Hill. Tutor from Mercy Hill? Okay. Any member of Mercy Hill that can pray for us and pray for food? Any member from Mercy Hill that can pray for us and pray for food? Thank you. Come, come, come. Let us all be upstanding so that we can say a word of prayer.
Let's close our eyes for a word of prayer. Dear everlasting Father, come before your presence. We love you, Father. We have had a great moment, and all we have learned has blessed us, my Father. Break and go to our ministries. Be with us, my Father, and guide us and protect us. Even for the meal, my Father, I pray and cleanse it. Let it be that nourishes our body.
And now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forever. Now may the grace, and you greet the person that you are next to, and now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow us all the days of our lives, and we shall dwell in the living forever and ever. Amen. May you be blessed and be kept of the Lord. We go for our lunch. Thank you.